Well, hello everyone to day 74. Day 74, wow. What does that mean? Well, it means it's one day away from day 75. What does that mean? Well, doesn't mean anything, but it's a cool number. So, welcome guys, hello. It's gonna be a fun stream, I hope. Right now it is 6:13 p.m. Wednesday, October 15th. Anyways, hello guys. It's a bit of a late stream for me, or I've been slowly kind of starting the streams a bit later and later. Yeah, my sleep schedule keeps drifting, which is not a good thing. But at the very least, I do plan to stream until probably around 10 to 11 p.m. I probably won't go till midnight or past today because tomorrow I do have a photo shoot that I need to do. So I got reached out to do like a quick photo shoot event for some client. So yes, I mean that's good, right? Because then some money comes into my bank account, so I can't complain. But yeah, so so I need to wake up early tomorrow, and I should still be able to stream, but it's like a full day thing. So by the time I get home, it might be like 6 p.m. or something like that. So then we'll see. I'll try to do like a couple hour stream or something on tomorrow's stream. Welcome guys. Hello Nico and BC. Yo Brandon, what's up? What's happening? Nico, thank you very much for being the first one to say hello in the chat. So let me go and make sure to give you the sweet prize of PP. Where is Nico? There's Nico. Okay, hold on a second. Let's give you 300 peepos. Oops, I almost deleted peepos from you. Boom. Well, thank you very much, Nico, for consistently being like the first one in the chat. You do a good job of that. I don't know. Not that I'm complaining, but I appreciate it. And what's up, BC? You are also consistently here, man. I appreciate it. And you're still at the top of the leaderboard, although that number has been shrinking. But don't worry too much, because I see that second place is low base guy. And if I know low base, at some point he's just going to gamble it all. So who knows how long he'll stay number 2. Welcome guys. So today's going to be a fun stream, as I said. It's going to be a continuation of what we've been doing for the past 2 days, which is creating some LUTs. So this has been, personally, it's been such a fun stream for me because I've actually been spending more time on the stream actually learning. So it's been a learning stream. I don't actually know what that means for people who view the stream, because it's like I just always have this maybe a false assumption, or maybe it's like an outdated assumption of like who and like what do people who watch streams want to watch. And my assumption was always like it's like video game streamers, stuff like that. So the fact that people could potentially find streams where I'm just like watching YouTube videos and trying to learn, watching tutorials and learning how to be a better colorist. It's fascinating to me, but it did seem like there's a number of you guys in the chat that find some entertainment from it, so I appreciate that. I'll do my best. I'll crack my best dad jokes where possible, but yeah. So that's the name of the game for today. I did make some quick changes to my stream overlay as well. It was only showing up in the starting soon and the BRB, but I think I might update it here as well, kind of like the rolling ticker. So, we're not a big stream. BC said, well, this is a shitty way to start the day. Did you lose some peepees? Oh, when I said, oh, so when I saw that you had 29,000 peepees, is that because you had more before? I see. Damn, you lost like 10,000 off the rip. Listen, I believe in you, all right? I believe in you. Now, yeah, so what was I saying? Oh, yeah, so when I start my starting soon video, I do need to also update my BRBs because we have some new videos, right? So I need to add some more into the shuffle playlists. So whenever I go away from the screen, you can see some of my older content and hopefully persuade you to follow me on YouTube or wherever else. Okay, so anyways, I did add a bit of a ticker so that I wanted to give a shout out to all of you guys who are subscribed to me in terms of like, the paying for like the tiered memberships or whatever they're called. So whether it's on YouTube, Twitch, hopefully someday Kick, but I put that in there, as well as our coffee thing, right? So across all of them, I do appreciate that you guys have decided to spend your time and money to support the stream. So yeah, I figured, you know what, as much as possible, I want to be able to shout you guys out, everyone who's subscribed to me in that way. And yeah, so I'll add it to the other screens as well going forward. I just didn't have time today. Yo, what's up, Adome? Or I don't know how to say your name. Adome. I asked this before and I forget. I'm going to call you Adome, although I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Hello, Adome from the Twitch side. Welcome to the stream. So we're just getting started. Yeah, I started a bit late today, and I was giving a recap of what we've been doing for the past couple days. Oh, I do need to also make sure to make use of my little pinned thing. So let me type promo, and then let me go ahead and pin this to my YouTube, Twitch, and Kick chats. So as always, I love and appreciate all the ways that you guys support the channel. One of the easiest ways to support your channel, besides giving a follow, of course, that's the easiest, I hope and believe. It's also to go ahead. I put a link. It should be pinned on the chats now. It's to one of my latest. Technically, it's not my latest yet, but it's my 5-minute short documentary film that I made with the Nikon ZR. And so I would love to get your support on there. Yeah, enjoy it. And then obviously you can watch any of my other YouTube videos. All of that is super, super appreciated. You can also follow me on Instagram. And what are the other ones? Adome, yes, you got it. Adome. I kind of like Adome. I don't know why. Okay, yes, I'll call you Adome. Thank you, Adome. It's good to see you again. Hopefully you've been having a good day so far. I don't know where in the world you are, but welcome to the stream. Yo, Yami! Yami, thank you so much. What a way to start the stream. Yami with the epic raid. Holy. Well, thank you so much, Yami. Well, hopefully you're doing well, Yami. Hopefully you've had a fun stream. Yeah, I think I only got to pop in like a few days ago, and I do want to pop in more often. Today was a little bit different because I went to get a haircut. I had to take care of errands. I stepped outside the house. So hopefully you guys are all... Just know, guys, I touched a bit of grass today. So that was good. I saw sunlight. I got a bit of vitamin D on the skin. So, but yeah, so I wasn't able to be in front of the computer for too long to like check out streams and stuff. But thank you so much, Yami. Thank you for always coming in here and being supportive. Super, super appreciate it. Back again, dropping off my children here so I can go make dinner. Oh, also, wait, hold on. There's a thing. Low Bass Guy told me there's a way with the chatbot. What do? I do shout out, exclamation mark, shout out, Yami X Akuma. Does this work? We're about to find out. Because Low Bass was teaching me some of the etiquettes around when you're, wait, did that work? Oh, there we go. Shout out Yami, bringing virtual avatar vibes, wedding edits, and stunning cosplay builds to life. Her English streams blend, is that what it, ENG? Or, okay, until someone corrects me. Her English streams blend photography journeys with playful editing energy. Proud member of the Web's Twitch team. Hells yeah. But thank you so much. And what's up, Photo Elite? Thanks for being here as well. We're here to make you feel more guilty for not being able to, Yami. Yeah, shout out to Photo Elite as well. Yami said, I had a locked-in stream. All caps locked in. Sorry, I almost missed that. All caps locked in stream because I really want to finish the wedding edits. But tomorrow I should be able to finish the wedding edits. I hear you. I feel you. Okay? I understand that feeling of locked in. We even have an emote for locked in, which I completely forgot that I had. What is it? It's like Yoba. Oh, shoot. I haven't like typed one of my emotes in quite some time. Shoot. Okay, let me just go to the Twitch thing. Where is my locked in? There you are. There we go. There's our locked in. But yeah, that's good to hear. Yami, if you ever feel like if you ever feel like throwing one of those photos into the Discord, feel free to. Let me go ahead and promote the Discord as well. And to Yami's followers who've joined in on the raid, thank you very much for being here. And yeah, I'm a wildlife and travel photographer who has, you know, focused more of my time on filmmaking, videography in the past couple years. YouTube is the name of the game for me. So I started about 1.5 years ago. And the goal is that I want to continue building out the YouTube channel. And these live streams, I use it to kind of edit. It's a behind the scenes, so similar to other photography live streams, let's say. You'll see a lot of behind the scenes of how do I edit my photos. You'll see how do I edit my videos. So a lot of my focus has been on the video side, but we are also editing photos from my trip to Japan. So we're going to be mixing in a few things here on the streams. But yes, welcome to the stream, guys. I am streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And as part of that, this is my 74th day of live streaming across all 3 channels or platforms. It's been a fun journey. So yeah, especially because of people like Yami who've been so nice to rate me like this. So it does work. Yes, thank you. Oh, hells yeah. Well, listen, Yami, I don't want to keep you here. I know I think you said you have to go make dinner and stuff. So I do appreciate you being here very much, and to your followers as well. So what a way to start our stream. So as we said, what I've been doing in the past couple of days is learning how to make a LUT. Now, what is a LUT? All right, let's start with the basics because I need to make sure I understand the basics. The basic is a LUT stands for lookup table. Why is it called a lookup table? I have no idea. But at the end of the day, it's essentially a preset for photographers. So on the video side, you can create these kinds of presets in the same way you do for photography. And I've never made my own LUTs. Admittedly, the video editing side of things, I'm still fairly new. I know how to make videos. I know the fundamentals in that sense. But do I know the true reasonings behind why you need to change colors this way? Why do you need to have this node here first before the next node? Why do you need X, Y, Z? So those things I had zero ideas about. So in the past 2 days, I have been watching videos. There have been some amazing people in the community, in the chat, who've also been kind of guiding me in the right direction, answering some of my brain dead questions in a polite way. You don't have to be polite, by the way. You can call me a dumbass. I actually don't mind whatsoever. I embrace the dumbassery. But yeah, so we made our first LUT yesterday. And I'm really happy with that LUT. The LUT seems to hold up. It seemed to do a decent job. We tested it on this footage here. So we got this guy. I don't know how to do like a before and after. We also created our beautiful little power grade here. So this is the before, and then this is with the LUT. Not the best representation because, dang it. Can I do that? Okay. Yeah, you know what? Forget it. I don't know how to... How can I show you guys this? This is where I'm learning also the fact that you can create versions. Oh, I see. Okay, it's this one. Here we go. So this is the before. So this is the file as is with me color correcting the footage just in terms of the balance and everything. And then with the LUT, it definitely made it look different. Now, I'm not striving for the LUTs being beautiful always. Like, I'm not going for that necessarily. I'm just trying to see if I made a LUT from one of my footages, can it apply to different photos and still hold up where there's nothing like crazy. There's no like overexposure, underexposure. There's no colors that have like been destroyed somehow. And in that vein, this has held up. And I actually like the colors. I would have never reached this kind of color style on my own. So I am happy to see that the LUT has worked. So we're going to keep testing out on other images. We're going to try making new LUTs for different styles. This was the original shot. Which one was it? One of these was the original shot that I made the LUT from. Where are you? Oh, brother, where art thou? It was one of these kind of like chimp tunnel shots that I created my LUT. I think it's somewhere else. Yami said, I might come back after dinner, but until then, have a good stream. Well, I think you're probably gone by now, but thank you so much, Yami. I appreciate it. Photo Elite said, LUT is called lookup table because it functions like a table that maps original... My cats are going crazy behind me. It functions like a table that maps original color values to new ones. So when a LUT is applied to an image or video, it looks up the color information for each pixel and applies a predetermined, pre-programmed transformation to change the color and tone of the image. Okay, well, thank you very much for that thorough breakdown of the genesis of lookup table. I still don't know why... I just find it annoying, is what I'll say, that they call it a LUT. Because to me, it's like, I would almost imagine, if you were a filmmaker back in the day, whenever they first came up with lookup table, if you're editing videos, creating these kind of concept, I like almost always assume that if you're into video, you're also into photography. If you're, yeah, like, it's a bad assumption, but it's like you must know, you must have been aware of the concept of a preset. And so let's say if preset came out first as a terminology, why wouldn't you just apply that to the video side? Just be like, oh yeah, these are video presets. And so it's like, hey, I have my photo presets and I have my video presets. But instead I have to be like, hey, I have my photo presets and I have my video LUTs. And then it's just like you have to spend that time to explain one extra step. It's one extra step. Okay, so I'm complaining about nothing. But come on. Could you just universalize the language, standardize it? But thank you, PhotoLead. That's it makes sense what you're saying. But yeah. Nico, you said nice cut. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Where was the original footage? Where are you? Ah, no, this was not it. No, we didn't test it on this one either. Okay. Oh, you know what it is? I forgot. I think you can switch between versions, and I might have created a separate one. But anyways, so I used one of these kind of like chimp tunnel shots as my starting point for creating my LUT. And because it was such a cool shot anyways, and it's a very, I don't know, from the brief amount of videos that I've watched, I don't actually think making the preset from one of these shots is the smartest decision. Because there's not many colors. There's not a lot of color variety, let's say, in the shot itself. So yeah, like obviously there's a lot of like warm tones, a lot of like yellow, red, orange colors, but you barely see any greens. You kind of see maybe a little bit of blues, but yeah, it's just not like a full-on, hey, here's all the color spectrum. Hence, when you make a LUT from it, you have a good sense of like how it affects all the colors. So in this case, I've essentially created a LUT where it was mainly based off of a lot of the warm tones that I made it from. So then that's why I tested on one of these shots, because on a shot like this, obviously it's quite green. So then the question was like, how would it affect something that was completely no warm, like the yellow? There's yellow, but there's no like orange and reds in the same way. So it was nice to see that it does carry across to some of the other color palettes, but we don't know 100%. I don't know yet. Can this translate to all of the color spectrum? It's just right now I'm 1-for-1 with this kind of a setting, and we'll see where it breaks. I don't actually expect my LUTs to be anywhere near perfect until with enough time and with enough critique, people in the chat providing like different advice and stuff like that. But for now, this I'm just happy that the LUT actually looked like something and not like a typical like something just blew up on my screen. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the one. So version 3 best, I believe. Yes. So this was our original LUT that we made, was off of this footage here. Delicious. Oh, I need to adjust my camera as well. Fody said, no, that's not how it went. Presets were made to standardize basic edits like exposure, contrast, and color. LUTs don't touch anything but color. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Wait, it doesn't touch... It only touches color. My PC lags a lot, so I will hop in later. But then, Photo, you're saying it's not your PC, it's on Yobel's end. Oh, no. Are we having internet issues? Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. The bitrate is low. God dang it. Unstable is what it says. What about on the YouTube side? YouTube is excellent. So we're running into that same problem as before, it seems. Okay, hold on. Hold on a minute. Let me try to troubleshoot. Okay, I believe on the YouTube side, it's showing no issues. Now it's showing excellent on the Twitch side. But I'll type this out just in case. So YouTube seems to have no issues again. It's seemingly focused on Twitch again. All right, how can we solve this? Dun, 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 dun. And does playing videos in any sense cause issues? Like, I'm just literally making up random shit right now. I was like, oh, if there's something crazy going on my screen, does that somehow cause an issue? I don't see how there could be any chance of that. Okay, let me just keep monitoring real quick. 1 second. Okay. Let me figure out. Is the lag still a situation? Is it still an issue on my stream? Okay, so right now it's showing excellent. Let me wave my hand just so I can see myself if I caught up. Okay, I'm just gonna go off the assumption that my internet is fine. Dun, dun, dun. YouTube is probably not having any issues because the delay is so freaking insane on YouTube. Is it really? God dang it. I have so many things I need to... Here, let me go to live. I'm just going to wave my hand one time. And let me see how much of a delay there is. Because I thought on YouTube, I made the delay... There should be no delay on YouTube except for whatever they have baked in. Okay, yeah. So the delay on YouTube is only maybe like less than 10 seconds. But then on the Twitch side, so YouTube seems strong. YouTube is probably not, it's built into YouTube. Yeah. So the YouTube has that delay built in, which I assume, I think I have a 3-second delay put into OBS now. So, but yeah, that seems fine. Is there an issue on Twitch still? I feel like Twitch is fine now. It's showing excellent. But thank you, Photo and Nico, for letting me know that I was having some kind of issues. Hopefully I fixed it. Well, in the meantime, let me also say hello from my cat. There's Kimpap. He's a good boy, but he threw up today. So I've been trying to feed him like wet food because I thought there's like a certain type of wet food I give him where it's like that. It's from the can and it's a bit chunky. So I've noticed that he'll eat it a bit slower because he wants to like take it apart, take it out of the bowl, chew on it a bit. And so he seemed to not throw up from it, but then he threw up this morning. So I've been having to go back to square one, figure out how do I keep this guy from not throwing up his food. It's a real problem. I need an automatic feeder that will drop like one kibble at a time. You know, just like one little dry food drops out, Kimpap eats it, and then I need it to pause for like 5 seconds and then drop another kibble, pause for 5 seconds. That's the only way I can think that this dumbass behind me won't chow down on his food too fast. Photo, you said 10 seconds is a lot since normal Twitch delay is like 3 seconds from broadcaster to almost anywhere in the world. On the Twitch side, you're saying. Gotcha. But then on the YouTube side, I mean, if that's the normal circumstance, I mean, what can I do? I'm assuming even if I didn't put on the 3-second delay on the OBS side, then it's like there's still going to be like, what, a 7-second delay or so? Actually, let me count. Let me do a timer here. Let's go to a timer on my phone. Stopwatch. Okay, I'm going to do a hand wave in a second. Here, let's just do it this way. All right, here we go. Boom. Let's see how many seconds for me to end my wave. And I'm just looking at it on the YouTube side. Oh, shoot. Okay, dang it. I wasn't live. Let me try one more time. God dang it. What a noob. All right, here we go. Reset. 3, 2, 1. Boom. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So it's about, yeah, it's like 10 seconds. So Yeah, so OBS needs a delay in there, or it's going to have to process and encode everything in real time. Yeah, so I added the 3-second delay, and I think that's it. And then on the Twitch side, everything else, I think I have it on low latency. On Restream, I have it on low latency as well. And then YouTube, same thing. I don't add any latency as far as I know, or not intentionally. But yeah, like YouTube holds strong, okay? YouTube is always like, it's, I can rely on YouTube, is what I'm saying. Okay, I'm just gonna assume that things are running smoothly. So let's proceed with today's stream. So today's stream is, I want to focus on our second potential LUT. And so while the first LUT, I made it using more warm tones, we're gonna flip the script. And I'm gonna take one of these shots that I captured in more of a green environment, right? So now we're inside of a dense jungle. Still fairly dark, but we'll double check. We'll color correct and everything. But let's take a moment from maybe one of these shots where now we're focusing on the greens. And so with these greens, I did some, obviously this one I'd already color graded. I switched up the greens to be a lot more dense and darker. And a little bit like saturated, like a kind of like a desaturated minty green color. And I kind of like this green. Just, it's a personal preference, right? But so because this is also one of my favorite shots that I've taken so far, I figured that it would be fun to create a LUT based off of this moment. So generally speaking, I like this color grade. It is quite different from the original, so it's not like I did little adjustment. This was a lot of like adjustments to the greens, the densities, yeah, mostly the greens. So if I can create a LUT from this, I then want to do the exact same exercise. Let's see, can it then extend to other shots? But yeah, this is, this has been really fun for me to learn, by the way. And I think there's still a lot of things I'm probably doing wrong, and we have a lot more YouTube videos that I need to watch. So we kind of finished Wakaz's video, and then we watched Cullen Kelly's video about the whole DRT, the 2499 DRT. But you can see here I have a bunch of other tabs about like, hey, here's the best way to create LUTs. I don't know how much of it I'm going to actually take as gospel, because I feel like at this point I have a general gist. It's more just to listen and see if someone has like some keynote advice about like, did you know this shortcut or this trick, that kind of stuff. Nico said it's okay now. Perfect. Appreciate it, man. I saw your comment like 10 seconds ago before I started talking, so thank you on that. All right, let's proceed then. Which one should I work with? Probably this one. This is our hero shot. So before we get started, let me see what we've got. We've got version 1, which is this one. So let me call this one the original. Version 1, let's rename this version 1 OG. Oh, and then let me ask ChatGPT something. Oh, also, by the way, Photo Elite, this might be a question for you. Or maybe less a question, but more confirmation that I made the right purchase. So I mentioned I have a photo shoot tomorrow, and most likely I won't need a flash. But I figured, you know what? I should just make sure I have a good flash that makes my life easier, because I don't necessarily do a lot of flash photography, not like the kind of speed light style stuff. But sometimes for these events, you might need to. So I did a similar event before that, it's like a special moment that they want captured. And so just in case, because I don't know the venue, I decided let me go ahead and invest in one of these speed lights for my Nikon Z9. And hopefully, it works with the ZR as well. So I bought this. It arrived yesterday. It's the Godox. Can I block my eyes? So it's the Godox V1-N version. So my understanding with this one is that this will allow me to, it'll make my life much easier or simpler, where I don't have to worry about setting things up properly. I just have to point and shoot, and then the light should automatically be able to communicate with this thing should be able to communicate with the camera settings, and then it'll just automatically adjust the light strength to whatever my settings are. So yeah, it's like, okay, let's get this. So hopefully I'll be able to use this. I do have a separate light that I've had from years ago. I just barely ever used it. It's like the Yongnuo something something. But yeah, so this is another recent purchase I made, which is, again, I should probably stop spending so much money, but I figured this is a good investment, because then if I do a good job, if this actually ends up being helpful on this event, then I can do other corporate events or other types of events where I need to utilize a good flash with a bit more confidence. So I will let you guys know how this flash, how it works tomorrow. Okay, let me drink a bit more. Oh, we got our Amazon kitty back as well. So I got Kimbap chilling over here. I need to add another camera for where Nala chills, because we got Kimbap here, and then Nala is just next to the image of her in that Amazon box. Hey, buddy. All right, you're just hogging the attention, huh? Yeah. So we got Kimbap over here, and then Amazon kitty over there. Shout out to Fedorevsky in the chat for coming up with that epic name, Amazon kitty. But yeah, wow, we got the full house today. Everyone's here. We're gonna have a fun stream. All right, so I've created the. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna ask ChatGPT something. 5 minutes left. Oh shoot. I only have 5 minutes left to use this voice mode. Christ. Okay. Let's be... Is this an important question? Yes, why not? Okay, Amber, I have a quick question for you. In DaVinci Resolve, when I right-click on one of my footages in the Color tab, I can see that there's a section where I've created multiple versions of that footage. However, I see there's something called local versions, and there's a bunch that I've made there, and then there's remote versions. What are remote versions, and should I be making them in the local version?
Yeah, absolutely. So in DaVinci Resolve, local versions are basically versions of your grade that apply just to that specific clip on the timeline. They're what you'll use most of the time in, especially if you're just working on individual shots and making tweaks. Now, remote versions are a little different. When you create a remote version, that grade is actually linked to every instance of that same clip throughout the whole project. So if you change the grade on one timeline, it changes on every other timeline where that clip appears. In other words, remote versions are great if you want consistency across multiple uses of the same shot.
Okay, that makes sense. What's up, Primal Nation? Hello, hello. Thank you for being here, Primal Nation. We're having a good stream, although I had a bit of a network issue to start off the stream. So do let me know, Primal, if there's any weirdness or if it's buffering or stuff like that. I just got to keep an eye out now. Yeah, so let me hop over to the Twitch side and just keep an eye there. It's always on Twitch, man. What the hell? So right now it's showing excellent stability and the bitrate, blah, blah, blah. Photo, you said it won't be super flat. Hold on. It won't be super flattering image with TTL. First off, light needs to be bounced off surfaces. Oh, I bought a diffuser. Hopefully that helps. Light needs to be bounced off surfaces or it's going to be really hard and not look good. And TTL is going to be confused as all by that. So what I do then is put that sucker in manual and just use the inverse square law to kind of get it in the ballpark. Oh, man. All right, let's watch this video then. It sounds like this is something worth watching.
Hey guys, this is Pat.
Hey. Hold on, let me just drag this in. All right, we're going to add to our list of videos to watch here. Jeez. Peter Hurley, How to Understand the Inverse Square Law, Photo Lighting Explained. All
That's
right,
a
here we
call
go.
with fstoppers.com, and today we're releasing a small excerpt from Peter Hurley's full-length tutorial, Illuminating the Face. If you don't know who Peter Hurley is, he's one of the top headshot photographers in the industry, and in this tutorial he covers everything he knows about lighting, from hard and soft light to using different modifiers. And in this small excerpt, he's going to teach you everything you know about the inverse square law. I hope you guys enjoy this, and if you want more information on the full tutorial, head over to fstoppers.com.
Inverse square law.
Guys, now we're going to talk about the inverse square law. So what is it? It's basically light fall off.
Oh yeah, photo. Just one thing I should add as a caveat. In case I don't know if it matters or not, but this is going to be for like an event venue, so it's not like in a. Yeah, so I don't know. If I remember last time, the lighting wasn't necessarily the best. It's just unpredictable. I don't know where the setup is going to be. So I figure I'll just carry with me a flash just in case. I usually never use flash, and even the last time I did this event, I didn't use it. But obviously, it just makes it a bit more post-production editing to like lift up the brightness properly and stuff like that. And then I also have to be very careful to keep the camera still. Inverse square law is physics. I don't understand how. I mean, it's cool that they're using it for photography. So I'm curious how they're going to simplify this for me.
I love light fall off. I'm crazy about it. I use it every day. I need to know about the inverse square law. But do I need to think about the fractions and the mathematics behind it? No, I need to know the concept. So here it is for you. We got a ProPhoto D1 right here. It's blasting light, I mean, no modifier on it, and it's shooting light across this paper. We're gonna put a tape measure up, we're gonna measure 1 foot increments down this paper, and we're gonna measure the light source.
It's not
as
just
it falls
studio?
off. All right, you got that under control? Here we go, we got 1 foot right here. We got 2 feet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you get the gist of it. Okay guys, so now we're just gonna get a little technical, a little mathematical on you, and we're gonna put it all up here and we're gonna see how it all plays out.
As long
All
as
right,
it's
guys,
just
so
a
the
little
reason why
bit.
this is so important, I'm gonna go over the equation here. The inverse square law is essentially the intensity of the light is equal to 1 over the distance from the light squared. And why this is so huge is because of light fall off. I'm a big shooter in light. I love fall off. I love playing with it. So this equation is really important to me. Not on a daily basis, but in my head, I'm aware of it. So the reason why, the distance from here to here, there's a huge amount of fall off in the first foot. But when I go 8 feet down, the amount of fall off from 7 to 8 feet is like minimal. All right, guys, got my trusty marker. Let's get into this. So we're gonna mark these up. 1 foot
I like this
increments.
guy's energy.
So this is 1, 6, 7, and 8, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna square these. So we're gonna square these to get the inverse square law. Put a little 2 on each one of them, fire it up. There we go, okay. Yes, my handwriting's terrible, just deal with it. So, so we're 1 squared, right? So 1 over 1 equals 1, right? 2 squared is 1 over 4, right? Well, we're gonna do 100%. 100% light, right? 1 over 4, 25% light. It's hard to write on this thing with the movement, but that's what we're doing. So, 3 squared, 1 over 9.
Oh my god, I did not sign up for a
11%
math.
light. 4 squared, 1 over 16.
I'm just going to skip ahead
1 over
on this
16
one.
or 6% light.
I just need to
With a
know.
ProPhoto head right in his face, so I'm going to let him close his eyes for this one. I'm going to watch from 100 to 25. It pictures no. Do I think
So
about that
I
on
get
daily-
I get the point that basically there's a so the difference becomes less drastic the further away the subject is at some point.
basis? No. But what is important is this concept that from here to here is a huge 2-stop difference. And if I want to cause a shadowing on somebody's face, what's that mean I have to do? I got to put that light source really close to them. If I want to flatten their face out and I want the same intensity on their nose as I want on their cheek or their ear, what am I going to do? I'm going to move the light source further away. Simple as that. Think about how far we can get. If we want really flat light, we're going to move our light sources way, way back. Think about how far away the sun is. The whole earth is like lit up. Like there's very little fall off at all anywhere whenever the sun's shining at us. So get your light sources really far away if you want to flatten stuff out. If you want to really have some major fall off, get your light sources as close to what you're shooting as possible. So now you got this. Well, in this next example, I'm going to translate this into how you put this light onto somebody's face and really drive this home. Hey guys, so here we are. I got my buddy Kahari here, and we are going to test this inverse square law situation going on. So I plastered him with a ProPhoto head right in his face. So I'm going to let him close his eyes for this one. I'm going to test the light, and we're going to look at the fall off. So keep your eyes closed. All right, good. So we're at f22. Let's go to f22 on this. I'm at 200th of a second, and we're going to take a shot. So what you can see is amazing. So you get really nice light on the nose and the cheek, and then as soon as it hits his cheek, boom, black, falling off. You can barely see, you just see his ear creeping in there. Now watch this. I'm gonna move this back a couple feet and we're gonna keep going. It doesn't really matter how far we go. I just wanna show you the basic gist of this. So we'll go back a couple feet. All right, we're kind of trying to keep everything about the same. And we'll do a test on the light right on his nose. Keep those eyes closed. Okay, we're 5, 6, 8. So I'll go to F8, which is basically F8. Okay, we'll go to F8. We're at 200. We're going to F8. Let's see here. F8. Hold on. Keep those eyes closed. I'm going for it. There we go. All right. So now you can see his ear, and you can see the fall off is a lot. It's starting to get softer. Now the ear is in. Let's keep going back and try it again. Let's go back here. Let's try this. Do it again. 2.8. All right. Let's try it at 2.8. Going 2.8. There we go. And now you can see even more of the back of his head. All right, now I'm going to put it all the way to the wall. Let's see what this does. All right, we're going to get it back here as far as we can. I think I'm going to have to up my ISO a little bit to get this to happen, but let's try it. We got to point it directly at him. Let's do a meter reading. All right, so guys, we're going to up the ISO on this. I'm going to go to 100. And now I'm at f2.8. Okay, so guys, I'm at 100 ISO.
What's
now
up, says Primal.
Good.
Primal, all's good, man. Life is good. Hopefully everything's good with you. I don't know if you're working on a new emote or anything like that. I did see some, there's some cool stuff that people were sharing in the stream. Let me write something to the people in the chat. Epic stuff. We'll go over it on stream if you hop on at any time, any point. Thanks guys for sharing. Smiley face. And then we had someone sharing videos as well. Yo. Alright, so we're gonna follow Radu on YouTube. And Kavai. Oh, is Kavai here? Oh no, Kavai sent this yesterday about the dog sledding stuff. Oh man. So epic. We'll open it up later if you're on. Okay, nice. So what's up, Beatty? Yo, Beatty, welcome back. Man, Beatty, you've missed out on a few really cool days of people who are like filmmakers or super into like film stuff and like colorists. And so they've been teaching me a lot of like making sure I create my first LUT properly and stuff like that. So Beatty, I don't know if how long you'll be on the stream or if those people will hop back into the chat, but just know that I mentioned you earlier too. I was like, yo, there's some people in this community now that are like super pros, right? Are like fully entrenched into the whole world of like shooting with the epic Hollywood style gear and stuff like that. So, but yeah, so it's been a few fun days since you've been gone. Nico says, I have to go. I have a lesson in 30 minutes. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you, Nico, for being here, for being the first one in the chat as well. I appreciate it. And best of luck on your studies. Primal, you said, you too, Nico, learn that knowledge. Yeah, exactly. Just sent some progress of a random digital design I'm making. The progress is only the outlines. Okay, let me check this out real quick. And then BD, I've also been having some technical difficulties again, a little bit on the Twitch side of things. So just bear that in mind. Do let me know if for some reason everything starts buffering or breaks apart. Hopefully not, though. Hopefully not. Nice. Oh, it's a Halloween. I was about to say Hollywood. Halloween themed, yeah. Progress only the outlines. Nice. You know what? I can almost imagine. Actually, I don't know. I was gonna say, is it gonna be like green colored tears and stuff, or is it gonna be sticking to like the inside of the pumpkin, so it'll be shades of orange? I'm curious. We're curious. Cool stuff, man. But yes, Beatty, you've been entrenched with work. Oh, hopefully that's a good thing. You have a show today that is already off to a wonderful start. Yo, that's always a, well, no doubts, right? But great. Is this? Are you saying it's like a multi-day show, or when you say you have a show today, is this like a theater show, or what do you mean by show? Is that like you're filming for a TV show? Show can mean a lot of things, and I'm curious with any of the answers you'll give me. They're all going to be fascinating. But orange ooze with pumpkin seeds. Gotcha. Yeah. I assumed it would be orange to keep it a bit more realistic for a talking pumpkin. But yes, in the meantime, the BD said the construction people decided to cut through one of our fiber home runs. That doesn't sound good. I understand the importance of fiber to a certain extent. Hopefully that is not a... hopefully that's something that you guys can work around somehow. I have no idea. It could be white of a candle explosion. Oh, I see, from the inside. Interesting. I like the directions you can go with this one, man. But yeah, just to catch you guys up to speed, I think Primal, it's been a while since I saw you as well. So in the past couple days, I decided I need to make my own LUTs. So as part of the process of making LUTs, I also wanted to watch some YouTube videos from colorists and other YouTubers that will guide me towards the proper way to make these LUTs and understanding different principles, like this concept of the 18% mid-gray, which I get in terms of practice now of like, you know, why it's important and what it represents, but I still don't actually understand the ins and outs of it or how best to talk about it. But the point is, I've been having fun learning the fundamentals of color grading, and I've also updated my node tree, and I created my first LUT yesterday, and I think it's somewhat successful, or at least from my minimal tests, it seems to work fine. And now I'm just working on a second LUT using a shot that was mostly in the forest, so it's it's a lot of greenery, and so I want to see if I make a LUT based off of like an image that was focused on one shade of coloring, or just kind of like mostly green. Can that LUT carry across to others? So I am doing about a lot of stress testing right now. And then the first LUT that we created was using one of the chimp tunnel shots. So that was a lot of warm tones, and it somehow did carry across quite nicely. So I'm happy with the results of that one for now. So we made the LUT using one of these shots somewhere. I keep losing where I put it. And then it carried across to this shot pretty well. So yeah, that's the progress we've made. And so I'm going to proceed with that green, and we're going to use one of our hero shots, one of my favorite, which is the chimp walking through the forest. And we'll see if we can make something nice from it. BD said it's already replaced, but like ugh. Yes, I understand that. It's a fashion runway show type of thing with musical performances here in New York City. Damn, that's so cool, man. So cool, so cool. Yeah, one of these days, I would love to learn how to do stuff like that. Yo, thank you very much, Adome, thank you very much for subscribing on the YouTube side. Yo, much appreciated. We've also had some, so I'm trying to remember BD and Primal last time you guys were here, but I think you guys were here after I made some of my videos on YouTube, but I had made this Nikon ZR review video. I want to say like a week and a half ago, maybe. And that was my very first like review type video that I've done. And so it got positive traction, good feedback. There's been so many people leaving positive comments for the video. So that was crazy. That was cool to see. And obviously it's because there's a lot of buzz around the Nikon ZR, but the compliments and the comments there definitely was encouraging. But off the back of that, there was a bunch of people that have now subscribed to the YouTube channel, so that was really cool. Not complaining whatsoever about that. And yeah, so through that video, it seems like there's a few people who are much more in the film world, like filmmaking world, videography, cinematography world, who've discovered my channel, which is obviously great. And so mostly on the YouTube side. And it's been really great to hear from these people who are like, you know, everyone's sharing so much knowledge that's like mostly going over my head, but some of it I am grasping. And so it is improving my own video workflow, editing workflow, and everything like that. So yeah, and we had some people subscribing to our YouTube membership, becoming tier 1 members and donating super chats and stuff. So yeah, I feel like a proper streamer. Okay, it's been fun. BD, you said you have 15 cameras, all Venice 2. I don't know what Venice is. I have been around. Oh wait, BD, do you know what Genesis is? So it was, one of them was describing this software called Genesis. And I guess that's what all the pros use. And I think it costs like $7,500 per license or something like that, depending on the size of your project. I was like, what the hell? You have 15 cameras though. That's so crazy. How do you like switch between them? Is it like a live show? So when you're running this fashion runway, I'm assuming you're displaying it live on certain screens. So then you have to like someone has to be there switching between all of it. That sounds so crazy. Primarily said, I've been around in the background of things. I've been in a spectral state for a while. I like that. Out of body almost. Only Genesis I know is Sega. Man, that takes me back. Takes me real back. Okay, so I've reset. And one of the other things I learned about DaVinci now is the concept of versions. So now I'm able to create a bunch of versions. Give me 1 second, guys. Someone's calling me that I need to answer. In a show of bravery I will never possess, a few locals chose to pave their own path in light of the traffic jam caused by us tourists and a couple of lions. Did I mention the part about a couple of lions in the way? Well, that didn't seem to faze any of them, but I will say the biggest cojones award, it actually goes to these two brave souls who strolled right past the king and queen of the jungle as if challenging them for the throne. Now, thankfully, no such battle occurred this day, but shout out to those two for collectively raising the heart rates of all of us tourists that were there. Uganda, a sanctuary for the wild. Home to primates that swing through misty canopies and lions that command the sprawling savannas. Every corner teems with life. From the elusive shoebill in the swamps to the great apes of the rainforest, this land pulses with the rhythms of nature and the warmth of its people. Join me in this video as we explore the Pearl of Africa together. A question I often get is, when do I find time to go through all the photos and videos I take while on the trip? The answer is there is no time. Usually the days are so jam-packed with early starts and late ends that the only solution is sacrificing sleep or multitasking during my meals or breaks. Traveling the way I do truly is a physically and mentally exhausting ordeal, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Nothing worth pursuing comes easily, but thankfully the intensity is only matched by my passion for that pursuit. The concept of grinding was something I inherited from my dad, while the concept of sacrifice from my mom. And it's in these two chaotic traits that I strive to find harmony. Luckily for me, the perfect conduit for this I discovered was through travel and wildlife. Anyways, thank you for attending my TED Talk. I hope I'm able to inspire at least one person with my ramblings. But now let's end the break and get ready for our boat adventures. I promise you, you're in for a wild ride. Unmuted. All right. Super top secret stuff, guys. Super top secret. Venice 2. Oh, I missed a few things. Venice 2 is Sony's top tier camera in their professional Cine Alta line. Fody said video switchers are a thing. I've heard of them, but like that's also a whole other world that I know that's like very, very complicated as well. Because there's, yeah. Anyways. It's like I know there are video switchers, and then there are like video switchers for high production stuff or like in big venues. And all of it sounds so complicated, but fascinating and complicated. Things that I probably don't necessarily have to deal with in my life, at least for now. But yeah. Beatty, the Venice 2. That's a cool name though. Okay, so Photo Elite had sent this video. So I'm learning now about the inverse square law for photo lighting. You said never seen Genesis used. The colors we work with have their own developed tools for film emulation and or halation. Damn. So you're at that level where you just work with people who invent their own stuff. Okay. So there are levels to this as well.
Front of his own nose to his ear is a lot more even, and now I can see the back of his head. So this is the best thing about it. When you're looking through magazines and you're trying to figure out, dissect images that you've seen taken that you really like, that you want to recreate, you're now going to know exactly how far away that light source is. You can tell that we had that thing right up on his nose for the first shot, which had like ridiculous amount of fell off very, very rapidly. When we move it back, a lot less fall off, a lot more detail. When you look at pictures, I want you to keep this in your brain and keep thinking about it. So throughout the course of the tutorial, I am going to be shooting them. They're going to be looking directly at me, but I'm going to be varying the distance of the light away from the subject in order to figure out how much fall off I want and how deep I want those shadows to go. If I want to open up those shadows, you now know I'm going to move the light away. If I'm going to close them down, I want that light really, really close. All right, so I have Cersei here, and we are going to take some shots. This is really...
Okay, so inverse square law applies to all light. Yeah. No, I mean, I get that. You know, you can't just like warp physics just for your own niche industry. I guess what I was trying to figure out though is for this event, let's say I might be somewhat further away from the subject, and then I have to take a photo of like a couple people, most likely shaking hands, those kind of stuff. And so again, I don't actually know what the actual state, it's not a stage, but like I don't know where they're going to be standing, all that kind of stuff. There's so many unknowns, and they didn't supply that information for me. Hence why I thought if I bring the flash, I figure the flash just being there as a potential, as emotional support, right? At the very least, it's like, I got you, is what it'll be saying. You got this. But then if I have that, just in case, if it's super, super dark, otherwise I'll just rely on the Z9 with like a 50mm 1.2 or an 85. And then but yeah, this thing, so what is it? The V1-N. I thought, yeah, because it's one of those like TTLs or something, it just will adjust whatever based on your settings. But I know you're saying photo that it actually won't be that good. So maybe I should spend some time tonight and just test it out before, well, I will definitely do that. BD said, better yet, actually scan to film stock. What? Okay, listen, we're just on dehancer level right now, okay? Oh, speaking of dehancer, nice. There's a little chatbot that put my little promo in there. Digital to celluloid, back to digital. People do that? That's crazy. Insane.
One of the major ways I use the inverse square law is I vary the color.
Also, yeah, so what I'm doing right now is, like I mentioned, this is my second LUT attempt. So I'm just going to start by doing a bit of like color correction, basic stuff in the sense that like I just want to make sure maybe I lift the blacks, make sure they're all falling into the waveform nicely, and then we're going to do the fun color grading stuff, and I'll see if I can recreate the color grading I've already done, make some tweaks if there are better ways to do it, and then once we get to a place where I'm really liking what's made, then we'll export that as a LUT. As part of that, I've also I've been enjoying using dehancer in tandem with any of the color grading stuff. So we'll see what our final product will end up looking like, and then boom. BD said for DI process, DI, digital intelligence process. Yes, this is a live show with our live color grading package. Damn, that's so crazy. Man. You guys all impressed me in the chat. Photo Elites, BD, Fedorevsky, Kaivatsu, Mac Chudri. There's a bunch of people who've joined recently also who are like, yeah, you guys like are in a different world of this space that I would love to tap into. Just tap into that brain. You don't need to bother saying the N. That's just meaning it's Nikon. Oh yeah, I know it's about the Nikon. I just, sometimes I like saying it out. I don't want to neglect the N. N stands for neglect. Okay. And I don't want that. Yeah, but again, it's like I just don't do a lot of flash photography. So it is a little bit of like tonight I'll probably just have to play around with this a bit, make sure everything is set up properly. So then Photo Elite, basically your main advice is that I should shoot this in manual and avoid that TTL. You said, the reason why I want you to learn the inverse square law is twofold. One, it's the best thing you can possibly learn to work with any light source. And two, explains the whole bigger light equals softer light and smaller equals harder. Yeah, that last part, what you said, yeah, I get that intuitively, and then also from other videos I've seen who kind of explain that. And then the question is like, do I want to sit down for a physics lesson? And my brain is too old for this kind of stuff now.
To change the color.
Although I'm trying. So to be fair, I am trying. So I appreciate this.
Hurley Pro White Matte Pro board back there, and I really like to make it go a nice gray, and I'll go different tones of gray with it. I can make it white, I can make it any tone of gray, I can make it black. So we're just going to show you by varying the distance of the light from the subject how the inverse square law changes the color of the background. So let's just do a meter reading on her here, and let's check this out. Okay. I'm at 2.8. We're at a 100 ISO. We're at 1/60th of a second here at 2.8. Perfect, Cersei. Hold that right there. That's great.
Cersei.
There we go. Okay. And now I get her exposed, and I've got a fairly white background. If I want to go all white, I can either strobe it or I can move her right up against it. So it's going to fall off a little bit to gray. Now I want you to watch. I'm going to move the light closer, and we're going to stay on the same angle. I might lower it a little bit as we come closer, because otherwise it's not going to hit her properly. So now we're right about here, and we're going to do a meter reading and see where we're at.
Okay. Just a quick pause, because as I'm editing this photo or this video, using this kind of still frame, the thing that I still find a bit confusing to me when it comes to the color correction process. So with the color correction process, some of the things that, okay, why it's called color correction is my assumption is like you're not trying to do the creative stuff. You're just trying to make sure that the footage that you've captured is balanced properly. And that can mean a number of different things. So then my understanding would be, what does balanced properly mean? It would mean things like your white balance. You know, maybe you need to adjust it so the actual whites in the shots are as real as possible to what they should be. So then, you know, if your shot is too warm, and in reality, like let's say the walls are supposed to be white, but it looks much more yellow, and then so you would use this color correction moment or this phase to then correct to make sure there's like the most accurate representation of what was actually there. And then same with the exposure, that you want to balance your shot so that there's no underexposed or overexposed portion of your shot, let's say. So then, okay, I get that in theory. And then when it comes to practice, so in practice, here we are, I have this shot here, and then I'm looking at this waveform, and then I think maybe where sometimes I get a bit confused is my assumption is like, okay, you look at the waveform, what is considered the ideal waveform? And that can't have like obviously like a universal answer. So then the broad acceptance would be like, main thing is just make sure there's nothing over maybe 90. I don't know, actually. I need to figure out what is the IRE value here that you need to make sure your shot is within. And then the question becomes, if it's within that range, is that good enough? Or do you need to have it spread out within that range? So if let's say the range is supposed to be like 10 to 90 and like have all your pixels somewhere in that range. But if it's still leaning more to the underexposed side, so if like, let's say really we're looking at this and everything is under 70 on the IRE, and then, you know, going up to like maybe 5. Is this good enough? Or would someone, a colorist, would they say, no, to actually properly color correct this, you should be raising the exposure. You need to bump this up such that it really does kind of slightly hug or touch the top end of the spectrum as well. And so there's this kind of thing where I'm just like, I don't know. So like would a colorist, let's say a master colorist, would look at this shot when they're in the color correction phase? Would they say, okay, look, as long as it's within the waveform, or as long as there's nothing in the extremes, I'll stop wherever I feel like stopping for the color correction side of things? Or will they say, no, every shot when I color correct, they have to somewhat follow these set of rules, and one of those rules is I need to stretch this waveform to match the proper thing, so it feels balanced within the spectrum and not feeling like it's weighted like, you know, below or above the middle point. So that's one of those things where I'm just like kind of confused, because like the more I lift this up to try to get it more in that balance of the inside, obviously we're looking at the shot and to my eyes it does feel fairly, you know, fairly bright. And then this is maybe because what I want as the final result should be much darker, but for the color correction phase you should try to make it as even as possible. Therefore, when you're making LUTs, it makes it a bit more standardized if I standardize the color correction process. So anyways, that was a whole bunch of ramblings I just said, but I just want to share my thoughts of where I'm struggling right now. Photo, you said you don't need to have the exact mathematical formula worked out every single time. It's something you keep in the back of your head so you know that, okay, for this shot, I want a black background. That means I need to put my light close to the subject and make sure it falls off enough before reaching the background for it to be black. Gotcha. Yeah, let me keep watching this video as well. I skipped a bunch of when he's writing the numbers, but yeah.
Okay. That's at 5.6. So we went 2 stops to 5.6. And we'll take a shot. And now I want you to watch. The exposure on her remains the same, and the background now starts to go a little bit closer to gray. Guys, so see, the background went a little bit more gray there, but let's really prove our point. Let's get this light right up in there, and we're gonna hammer her with light. I'm gonna make sure the light's not in the frame, but I would like it as close as possible.
So the point he's trying to make is that with the light super close to the face, a lot of the lights, it'll drop off. Or it'll be more drastic, the face versus the background.
Actually, I like to shoot the light in the frame and then take it out and retouching, but we'll keep it just like this, and we'll see what that does. Let's take a meter reading.
Meter reading, that's the other thing I need to start learning if I want to be more into this. I mean, this is, okay, to be fair, doing these kind of like, studio photo shoots and stuff like that with flash, it's not necessarily not to say it's not my cup of tea, it's just not my world where I really dabble in. It's more just like occasionally I get, hired to do something like that, and it's cool. It pays the bills as well. And some things of it also is fun in a creative way. But it's not really the thing that I focus on, right? I do mostly outdoor shoots for like wildlife or my travel stuff. But it's still fun to learn, especially if it pays the bills occasionally.
And
so
here we go. And we'll look at that. And now we have a nice gray on the background. Now, I like to vary that gray from...
You don't need a light meter. They're expensive as F and not worth it for your small use case. Exactly, yeah. Small use case, not enough to make the investment worth it. And also, now that I've done I've done just some photo shoots now with these things. It's like, oh, okay. You know what? It's not like the clients, unless the client is someone who's super nitpicky and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's fine. Although maybe for filmmaking... So that whole middle gray thing, or I know people have those little, what do you call those? Like the cards that show all the stuff so that you properly expose your set before you shoot. I know that's super important for like professional level stuff. I don't know if it's considered like using a light meter for that, or if it's like simple cards or something. I don't know. But I guess if I do want to do proper like filmmaking stuff, maybe I do need to invest in those kind of stuff.
From an 18% gray to even darker all the way to black. In order to do that, I could either move the light all the way in and have to retouch it off, or I just move her away from the background. So Cersei, come take a couple steps forward for me. Keep coming, stop right there. Hold that, and we'll move the light back to approximately where it was. We're gonna shoot it at the same exposure, because I'm guessing that's where it was. I mean, we could test it again, but I'm pretty sure that it's maybe. And thunder gray, and now let's just go for total blackness. Come on back. I wanna see how...
Entire illuminating the face series, head over to fstopper.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Photoli. I do appreciate that. Okay, let me ask a question to ChatGPT, and then we're gonna keep watching some of these videos about making LUTs. Photoli say you don't need those are different color checker cards or something else entirely. Gotcha. Okay, Amber, I'm in the color correction process right now, and I'm trying to think like in terms of best practices and standards for colorists and such. Now, when I'm color correcting for the exposure, and I'm trying to balance the exposures properly and in a standardized way, especially for creating LUTs, do the experts look at the image or the footage and then they just try to expose such that inside the waveform it's within like a certain range of the IRE, let's say like somewhere like 7.5 to 90 or something like that? And does it matter where those pixels in terms of their exposure levels are, as you know, in terms of if it's inside that spectrum, does it matter where they're placed, or as long as it's inside it's okay for them?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's something a lot of people wonder about. Generally, when you're doing exposure correction and you're looking at your waveform, you do want to keep things within a certain range so that you're not crushing your blacks or clicking your whites. But there's not a single one-size-fits-all rule that everything must be exactly in a certain spot. It's more about making sure your shadows and highlights have detail and that your midtones are balanced. So for example, skin tones might sit somewhere comfortably in that middle area of the waveform, and your highlights might go up fairly high but not all the way to the top, just so you don't lose detail. In other words, as long as you're staying within that safe zone and you're keeping detail where you need it, you have some creative flexibility.
Okay, so what is considered the top end safe zone that to stay underneath, and what is the bottom end number that I need to stay above?
Yeah, absolutely. So typically when you're working in IRE values, the general safe zone is that you want to keep your blacks above around 0 IRE, maybe around 0 to 7.5 if you're working in broadcast standards. And for your highlights, you generally want to keep them under about 100 IRE. That way you're not clipping anything and you're not crushing your blacks down so far that you lose detail. So if you stay roughly in that range, you're going to be in a pretty good standardized spot.
Sorry, what was the number on the top?
Yeah, no problem at all. So the number on the top end is usually about 100 IRE. Basically, if you keep your highlights under that 100 IRE mark, you're in that safe zone. And on the bottom, like I mentioned...
No, I mean, just be more succinct with your answer, but we have limited time. I know the 0 and 100, but I'm saying, what do you want to stay within? So you said for broadcast standards, 7.5 on the bottom. What about on the top?
Got it. Absolutely. To keep it concise,
What's up,
if you're
Lil
working
Bass?
with broadcast standards, you generally want to stay between about 7.5 IRE on the low end and around 100 IRE on the high end. So that's your safe range.
Yo, what's up, Low Bass? Good to see you. You know what? You'll be proud. I did my first exclamation mark shout out to Yami. Yami gave us a raid. Oh wait, was there a raid command as well? I forget. I did a shout out to her for her epic raid. But yes, Low Bass, good to see you here. We're continuing from the past few days of streaming content, which is creating LUTs. So I'm trying my best to hopefully create the LUTs the proper way. And I'm also trying to watch a bunch of these videos to better understand. So there's a few videos here. This will instantly make your grades look 85% better, says Wakaz. What other videos do I have lined up?
So in the last...
The Ultimate Contrast Masterclass for color grading. This one, I guess I didn't have anything open. How to convert Lightroom presets into LUTs. That sounds interesting.
So you're a photographer, and you've spent quite a bit of time editing your photos in Lightroom. Eventually, you develop a set of presets that you enjoy editing your photos with. But now, you start getting into video editing, and you're wondering if there's a way to convert those presets into LUTs. Well, there is a way, and it's actually quite easy, and you could use those LUTs in Premiere Pro, DaVinci Resolve, and Final Cut Pro. Here's how to do that. The first thing you want to do is head over to this website and download the LUT generator tool. Once you've installed and launched the tool, generate a HAL file, then import that file into Lightroom. Now in Lightroom, open up a photo that you've already applied your preset to, then copy those preset adjustments onto the HAL file, but only select the following settings to copy. All of the basic adjustments such as white balance, exposure, contrast, highlights, and shadows are adjustments that you want to manually adjust later in post. Finally, export the HAL file with the new adjustments as a JPEG. Then head back to the LUT generator and click on Convert File.
Hold on a second.
Then copy those preset adjustments onto the HAL.
Lil Bass, you said, well, she shouted out automatically. She's a team member and she's a raider. Let me see. I know Photo Elite got a shout out, right? Yummy, yummy, yummy. Oh, did I do an extra shout out then? Hold on. Yeah, you know what? You're right. It did it automatically. I didn't realize. Oh, okay. So I was so proud of myself, but apparently, or not. Okay, but it worked. The shout out command did work for what it's worth. Yo, Kavaitsu. Hello, how's it going? It's going very well. Thank you for being here, Kavaitsu. My boss is actually here, so I'm actually being forced to do work-related things today. This is kind of terrible. Oh no. You have to do work at work? I know that feeling. My heart goes out to you on that one. No worries, I just wanted to make sure nothing went wrong. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate the question. Kavaitsu, I think I was waiting for you to hop on the stream because I think you had... Did you share something? Hold on one second. We're just continuing from the last couple of days. So I'm working on my second LUT, and I'm also just watching some videos to learn more about the process of creating LUTs. I thought I saw something from you, but I could be mistaken. Oh yeah, Kavai, you had a YouTube video. You said, here's an insight into my year with dog sledding in Alta. We trained the dogs from August till we won the Finnmark Slopet in March as a team with our teacher. Dog sledding has long roots in Alaskan and Sami culture and is a must if you go to Alta or northern Norway. Okay. So let me copy this. We'll watch this later, Kavai, if you are here later and stuff, but or maybe when there are more Norwegians in the chat as well. But let me just have this loaded up just to have it ready. It worked perfectly. Yes. I shared my video channel. Oh, that was your channel as well. Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Where was it? Oh, it's only 1 minute. Nice. Nice. Short and sweet is what I hear. Oh, yeah. I subscribed to you already, I think, right? Yeah, we'll put this under watch later. Yeah, thanks for sharing. So we're going to check that out later. Right now, I'm learning about... Apparently, there's a way to convert your Lightroom presets into LUTs. So I'm a bit skeptical, but if there is a way to do that, I mean, that would be fun to at least be able to load it all in and see if any of them actually work out. So in this one, it's saying you have to copy over the curves, color mixer, and color grading and calibration, and that's it. Well, that's a little bit annoying because most of my edits come in like the masks and like the other areas. Okay, anyways, let's see.
To copy. All of the basic adjustments such as white balance, exposure, contrast, highlights, and shadows are adjustments that you want to manually adjust later in post. Finally, export the HAL file with the new adjustments as a JPEG. Then head back to the LUT generator and click on Convert to Q. Then select the HAL file with the preset adjustments applied to it. You'll now have a Q file for your LUT that you can import into any video editing software. But what do you guys think? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Okay. Still a bit skeptical, but it's worth trying it out. Okay. How to create a LUT. Make your own LUTs in DaVinci from Andrik Longfield from 3 years ago. Okay. Let's compare that to, what's the next video? Mastering Advanced Film Look Techniques from our boy Wakaz. That was like 4 years ago.
So in this episode...
Darren Mostyn. I think I watched one of his videos. Why do my film LUTs look bad? Kodak 2383.
Today, we're going to learn how to...
Media B Color Lab. DaVinci Resolve Secrets for a Cinematic Look. A step-by-step color grading workflow. Okay, that was a year ago. The most cinematic color grading trick that no one knows. Nobody knows this? You're telling me no one? Okay, this one 5 months ago, 300,000 views. Well, he got me with the clickbait, so... Alright, we're gonna watch this one. Ermia Ramez.
Color grading is often...
Ooh, and I like his editing style already. So I might need to take notes about this one. Hold on, let's just start the beginning. It feels like the beginning needs to be watched in full screen.
Color grading is often seen as a second chance.
Oh shit, but the S sound is so loud in my headphones. Christ, hold on. Oh, that S sound is like still bouncing around in my head right now. Damn.
Color grading is often seen as a second chance, and the final step in bringing every shot to its full potential.
Yo, that was so cool. I need an assistant. Maybe I just need my neighbor. Maybe I'd knock on the door to my neighbor and be like, hey, sorry to bother you, but I'm making a YouTube video. Do you mind just holding the camera and just zooming in on me while I sit down?
final step in bringing every shot to its full potential. And sure, it can be that, but you really shouldn't treat it as just the last step, because the secret to cinematic colors is not in a magical plugin or perfect amount of grain. Actually, it starts before you even hit record.
Oh, I do have a neighbor who I think she does like modeling stuff at times. Maybe I hit her up and be like, yo, could you be my model when I need to make, I don't know what video yet, but I have to do something cinematic. Okay, so we're getting some thoughts from this video. Let me save this video as well. Hold on. We'll subscribe to this guy. Ermia Ramez. Save to how to YouTube. Low Base said, yeah, I only got to schedule a week and a half's worth of Instagram posts before my boss is like, come audit some security cameras, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, do your, yeah, keep us safe. Do your security things. You should just have your own personal drone follow you around. Man, it's just cheaper to go outside and knock on my, cheaper, but more potentially embarrassing, I guess. But cheaper to knock on my neighbor's door. Kavai said, have you tried out sandcastles or something similar to find what YouTube, Instagram videos work the best across a niche? Wait, sandcastles. Is that an app? Because I was watching someone's video and that the term sandcastle sounds somewhat familiar. I think I was watching someone's video where it's like, oh, you can use my sandcastle, blah, 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 to then like search stuff. I think it was a Callaway. Was it a Callaway video? Whose video was I watching? Sandcastles. Well, now I feel like I need to look this up. Sandcastles. Create viral short form videos in second. Is it an AI tool? Let's see for YouTube. Must be this. Low Base, it's way better to knock on your neighbor's door and be like, hey, can you come in my apartment alone and videotape me? Yeah, it's like, hey, do you mind coming? Yeah, I'll knock at like 11 p.m. Do you mind coming over for a special project? There's a little bit of filming involved. Yeah, this guy, Callaway. I'm subscribed to him. I like his videos. Create viral short form videos in seconds. The easiest way to research top channels, find viral outliers, and remix them into your own winning videos. Huh. Features. Discover what worked for your favorite channels. Build a list of top performing channels for easy analysis. I mean, this all sounds really, really smart for sure. I don't think I'm anywhere close to being at this level, though. I need to prove that I can consistently publish videos, which we haven't gotten to yet. I've been so slow with it, you know? Oh, yeah. I do end up copying the transcript from some of the videos, and I feed it into ChatGPT. Oh, if it will help me with video scripts, that would be super, super nice. Choose from 9 viral hook formats. Okay. You know what? This sounds really fun. I think this is worth trying. So thank you, Kavaitsu. Thank you for saying this. Because yeah, I was watching Callaway's videos. And yeah. Oh, but let's get to the pricing. I should have started with that. Scalable pricing, as in it scales up. For everyone who wants to grow faster on social media, $50 a month. Yo, I need to make a rule to myself. Like, I have to see how many people are subscribed to me, and am I even making enough money to cover stuff like this? But up to 30 short form scripts per month, project-based workflow. Is there a free trial available? 7 days. Okay, well, maybe I'll look into this when I have 7 days of like real shit that I need to crack down on. But thanks for sharing that. Yo, Radu, welcome back. Hold on. Kavai, yeah, there's an AI tool, but it's not based AI. The golf ball guy, Callaway, the golf ball guy. I don't think he's a golf ball guy. He's just a dude who like gives advice on like how to grow your channel, that kind of stuff. Oh, you think that's spelled with a C? Gotcha, gotcha. There's a free version. Yeah, we'll see. Radu, you said, what do you think of the Nikon Z35 1.4? I ordered it to use with the ZR for wedding videography. I like it. I think I used it one time, the 1.4, for, I think that's the one I used for a horse photography thing that I did out in the desert. So it's on my Instagram channel, and I think it's on one of my YouTube shorts, but there's a shot I took once. There's a model on a horse, and then you see the horse racing, and I was in a car tracking her, and I just shot it handheld out the window. But yeah, that was with the 35mm lens, and I actually really liked it. That was the first time I ever used it. I really liked it. And then obviously the shot that you're looking at here, this was also with 35. I think I said it a bunch of times, but yeah, the 35 is excellent. And this was at 35 f2, so 35 f2.0 in pretty low light scenario, but it did wonders. So yeah, I think the 1.4 is perfect. Probably much lighter too. Radu, I know you had sent some stuff in the Discord, so I was waiting for you to pop in, and then I figured we can check out some stuff. Yeah, so let me quickly just see if you sent... Okay, there's one that was a YouTube video. Let's throw this into the mix as well. And then I'm careful with like music stuff because I get copyright struck all the time with these things. So I'm gonna let me know. But maybe I'll play without the audio first. So you filmed all this, yeah? Hold on. We gotta line this up. And then Radu, you had sent some photos as well. Can I open the link? No. Open up. Open sesame. But yeah, thank you, Radu, for and Kavai as well, for sending some of your stuff into the Discord channel. It is super cool to see that you guys are sharing epic stuff here. So these are some of your photos. And then Obi-Wan Shinobi. I don't know when he'll pop back into the stream, but he does some crazy stuff with these little figurines. But yeah, I'll look at the videos later, but let me just look through these photos first. So this is from Radu in the chat. Shout out to Radu. Yo, this is really cool, man. I'm a huge fan of like silhouette type shots, especially with these kind of like, what would you call this? Is it called like a rim light or backlight? I feel like people always use different terms. But super cool. Excellent choice of the black and white too, man. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, how do you get the bokeh like this? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember what I learned from the whole anamorphic lens. The anamorphic lens, if I remember, is like more oval, and then you have your spherical lenses. And then this one, I'm curious because it's almost like hexagonal or octagonal. So that's, I mean, it's pretty cool. I like the look. Nice. Lizards in general, like, they're actually really fascinating to photograph because they have so much color in the scales. So I want to see the freaking Komodo dragon. Really cool. I like this one a lot, man. I like the framing on this. The colors are really excellent. Yeah, honestly, I don't really have much feedback. You know, I think these are excellent. I don't do a lot of portraits, so every time I see someone doing these, I'm taking mental notes. Like, okay, that's a cool framing. So I'll keep that in mind. Doing like one of those like one eye shots with something blurred in the foreground, and then try to balance it out with her hair maybe. And I like the inclusion of part of her hand up there. And now we get to the macro related stuff. So this is like the world of low base guy. Because I believe low base, did you say you do macro photography, or are you just fascinated with like spiders and bugs and insects? Low base says the number of sides to the bokeh correspond to the number of aperture blades. It's an effective diffraction because the light is bending across around the folds in the aperture blades. It's also the same reason you get the starburst effect at really narrow apertures. Okay. Huh. But I feel like I've never shot with a lens that gave me that octagonal bokeh. I'm trying to think, have I? Or maybe I just wasn't paying attention before. So I'm trying to think, like, what is there like a standard number of blades in some of the lenses? I don't know. But thanks for sharing the knowledge there. Radu says, thanks, can't wait for the ZR to arrive. I have used the Z5 camera and a Z105 2.8, which is just an awesome lens. The 105 2.8, I don't think I've ever used that one. But yeah, this is great. No comments, just praise. This is super cool. Damn. How do you shoot this? Was this with a macro, or how do you do that one? Oh, nice. Yeah, I like the color grading here. I like, obviously, these water droplets and the reflection off of them. I like this green tones in general. So, and then an upside down spider. Yo, shout out to low base guy. What kind of spider is this one? Damn. Spiders are terrifying, but they're so fascinating too. Like, the concept of, like, if you had a human-sized spider and you see what they're doing, it's like kind of insane. Like, they're so acrobatic. How are you like balancing on these like sticky ass webs, but somehow you're immune to it and you're just like, yeah, I don't know. Cool stuff, man. Thank you for sharing these. Yes, anyone else wants to pop stuff in, feel free to hop it in to the Discord. I appreciate it. Kavai, that's not my photo. No, I know, low base, it's not your photo. I was giving a shout out to you though, because I thought you're the spider guy. I do macro in close-up. The narrower the aperture, the more pronounced the effect, and the more aperture blades, the rounder the bokeh balls. Got it. Kavai said, I want to try out forming different bokehs in the DIY way, but attaching small forms like hearts, stars, etc. in front of the lens. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen some people do creative things where you put, like, yeah, you wrap something in the front of the lens. The 105 f2.8 is a macro lens, but it's also amazing for portraits. Okay. Nice. Well, thank you guys. Okay, which video were we watching though? This one.
Alright, remind me why am I here again?
To learn color grading, just like you asked.
Pretty sure I just asked if you have any cool LUTs.
Yeah, but this is way better. Come on, just go and
This is way better for sure. I like this guy.
Yeah, you kind of do.
What is this place?
It's basically just a room, a very dusty room. But that doesn't really matter. You see that desk in front of you?
Yes?
Well, that actually matters. Get a bit closer.
Okay, as I'm watching this, I'm also trying to like, I'm trying to keep an eye.
It starts before you even hit record.
Alright.
Or you plug in. Or tap and sure.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna rewind a bit because I'm also trying to pay attention to the different film techniques, or like the shooting techniques and stuff. So here he's starting off low, and then it looks like he's just literally just, you know, shifting the camera up, right? And forward. So he's shifting the camera from low to mid-level and zooming in the whole time. And it could have been digitally. And then this one's just zooming in. And then that one was like what? Moving from right to left, but kind of orbiting around the hand, but zooming in as well. This one's just tracking. Close up. Moving closer. I should slow this down actually. So just like subtly moving in, low angle. Okay, so these things also I want to keep an eye out for. So I do want to like take notes of these things at some point. So I just have a laundry list of like potential shots to always keep in mind whenever I'm working on my like film projects. So then here I do like that concept of it, like, I don't know what you would call this, where it starts off a bit obstructed, but then you're revealing the shot. So then camera shifting more to the left, you see more of the subject. And this one's just moving. So I believe you call those ones like orbit shots, maybe. And then the thing I can't figure out is like, when is it that this is like a digital zoom effect or versus like a physical, like where they actually moving closer. Rowdy said, well, hold on, low base, I threw some bugs in your Discord. These photos are also results of my color grading experience. All right, let's check this out. Thank you for checking out my stuff. I study music and also compose and produce music. Unfortunately, I'm super tired when I get home from my daily job. I wish I could stay more time on your streams. No worries, mate. Listen, I appreciate you being here at all. So yeah, don't worry about that at all. No need to ever apologize. I wish I could have more time to create music, photos, and videos. That's what I love the most. Sometimes my schedule is very busy and I get exhausted. Listen, welcome to the club. I think I'm always exhausted. I don't think you just like live with exhaustion. It's just like, it's like wearing a backpack. It's just always there, you know? Sleep is the reprieve. But thank you, man. Let's check out some spider shots. I need a way to show the videos that people send in the Discord without having to download the video. I don't know if there's like some format that people use on stream usually, but yeah. Dude, that's crazy. Is this a dragonfly? I'm assuming it's a dragonfly, but I've never I guess I've maybe never just seen a close-up of what the tail looks like. Wait, is this a dragonfly? Either way, that's super cool, man. Damn. I like how it looks so translucent. It looks like it glows or something. Or at least the legs and that's a mayfly. Ah. They have the shortest adult lifespan of any animal. They live for a day or two. Well, damn. Rip. Dude, the way you shot this, it looks like this thing is gargantuan. I feel like this thing is like the size of an eagle. That's so cool. So it almost looks like it's it almost looks like you like froze the frame, and it was like in the midst of like machine gunning a spider web out. This one is insane. God, spiders, man. I don't know how to feel about them. It's like I want them to keep doing their job and eat all the other bugs, but I don't want. I need social distancing with them, you know. Wow. Same thing, dude. Excellent job, Lobase. I know who I'll reach out to whenever I need to like learn more about macros and close-ups like this. The way you shot this and the other one, it's so crazy because you definitely, I don't know what you're doing in terms of techniques, but you definitely have the ability to make these look larger than life, right? So I look at this and I don't know, is that a symptom, or like is this part of shooting with macros as well? I have no idea, but the scale of this thing is insane. Like Jesus, it almost looks like like the size of a bat, and you just happen to get close to it outside. Damn. And this is the kind of thing that I feel like would haunt me in my dreams. Because it looks like one of those things that would slide into your ear, you know? What am I thinking? Is it from the Matrix? I'm trying to think what I'm thinking of, but it just feels like something that gets inserted into you. And not in a pleasant way. Is this a spider? I'm counting 4, 8, so it's got 8 legs, which I believe, isn't that the thing for spiders? I forget my elementary school lessons. But it looks like a spider that decided to go to a water park, and it's now sliding down, having fun on a slide. Very cool, though. Damn. Excellent, excellent stuff, man. You do get pretty close, but I'll let you in on another secret. I crop in a lot. No, I figure you crop in a lot, but that's what I was saying. I don't know what to attribute to, but obviously it's like your skills, where it's a mix of like how much you crop in, what do you leave in the frame, what's in the background, and then what do you shoot with, and all of that for sure plays a part. But definitely the way you framed it and captured it, the scale looks insane. Shooting from farther back and cropping in lets me extend my depth of field without focus stacking. Gotcha. It's a spider, Eastern elongate spider. I'm glad that they named it that way. That actually makes sense. So, it's a species of long-jawed orb weavers. Damn. Radu says, I have arachnophobia, but I just love to photograph them. Yeah. I think we all, except for low base, I think we all have some kind of arachnophobia. But I respect them. Okay. We were supposed to be watching that video. But this is excellent stuff, man. It's like, I want to get to this level of... and the typical eye shots. Everyone does this, and I need to add this into my repertoire as well. So this one's just a still shot. Okay, close-up shots. I need to work on those. Oh, wait. But then... Let's see, where's the focus on this? Focus is on this. Okay, it just stays there the whole time. Same thing, it's using the little overlays. So it's everyone, yeah, so it looks like every time you want a film look, like a cinema look, you're always going to use these 2.39 or whatever the ratio is for the output blinking. Close up, shifting down. Zooming in. Okay, so same thing, kind of like a panning motion. Close up, okay. Okay, so one thing, at least from all of this so far, that I'm realizing is not much in terms of like focus pulling. And in my mind, I thought maybe that's a tactic more people use it more often. But I guess you need to have a reason for it for sure. Focus here, focus there, lifting up. So then also what I need to pay attention to is that he put those three shots together. And they were all in the same motion, so it's always going from moving upwards. Close up, moving up. Close up, moving up. Close up, moving up. Okay. She looks down, kicks the dust. Moving down. Okay, so here's a bit of focus pulling, I guess. Shifting backwards to reveal. So maybe they call this like a reveal shot when you're moving in a direction to reveal something, I guess. Very cinematic look. Here we go. We know this one, this technique, the over-the-shoulder shot. Man, this guy's excellent. Ermia Ramez. But yeah, like I guess this is what I'm trying to say is like I'm a big fan of these kind of very dark shots, like the very dark and moody shots. So even with my LUTs, with how I edit my videos, I do prefer it being darker. And so then the question becomes, how do you do that without end up crushing the shadows, or like how do you keep that in mind with your LUTs? I'm not sure yet, or we're playing with it. Kavai said, isn't most of the tilting edited in post? Maybe he'll talk about it later in the video anyhow. I have no idea. I've never, when you say tilting, are you talking about like tilting, like panning, or I don't know these terminologies. Because when I hear tilting, I'm assuming you're saying like literally the camera looks like it was looking in one direction and like tilted down or up. But then it's like, how do you do that in post without some kind of weird AI warping trick? Versus like just shifting up and down. I totally can see that that one is done in post. But, oh yeah, and actually you bring up a good question. Because obviously one route is much easier to deal with. So it's like just have a fixed camera and then just crop in on it and then just kind of start shifting left and right or up and down or zooming in and out. So that way when you're in the moment filming, you don't have to like do all the tricky stuff that could end up being more risky, because you might have a shaky shot or, you know, you lose focus a certain way. So I guess there's so it's like simplicity versus complexity, and how much of a quality difference does it make? Like if you do a digital shift left and right, how different is that from a physical shift left and right? And is it noticeable to an audience, to a viewer? And these things I haven't like mastered, but when people think of these things in advance, that's super cool. I wish I had that kind of vision where it's like, okay, I'm going to take the shot and then I'm going to shift the camera to the right. And as I do so, I'm going to now transition to another shot. BRB, I have to walk to another building. This thing is really overrated. I'm going to have to stop this soon. What's overrated? Working or walking? But yes, BRB to you. Wait, actually, that was such a clean transition that I can't tell. Was that like putting two clips together, or was that a single shot? Okay, I think it's two clips, but that looks really good. I guess I can turn the audio back on now. Now, here's my other question. In the world of YouTube, like how long would it have taken this guy to make this video, right? It's like 12 minutes long. Obviously, really well done. I don't know if it's literally going to be the whole way through. It seems like it. Christ, it's like almost like a short film. It is a short film. So he creates this in a really cinematic way. So then the question becomes, how long did it take to plan this out, film it, then edit and all that? And then how do you make this effective enough that it's really a part of your living? Because then how do you make this video while still making other videos to sustain your livelihood, right? Make enough money. And if you do this part-time, then it's like, yo, how do you have the time to make this in a short amount? I don't know. Anyways, it's like, because I'm asking, because obviously in my world, these are the questions I'm trying to struggle through, which is like, yo, I don't have enough time to make one video, let alone, you know, consistent multiple videos throughout the weeks. So seeing something like this is so impressive. And then the question just, again, comes back to how. Damn. But yeah, excellent video. But I actually do want the answer to this. I'm not here to watch a film. I do need the... Just tell me, what is the thing? Because what's the title of this? The most cinematic color grading trick that no one knows.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Their desired look through grading alone. They crafted everything around the visual style they wanted. If the necessary elements are not already there in the frame, no amount of grading is gonna save it. So, what can create a very strong foundation for the grade?
Set design.
Okay, that was cool.
Thank you. Now, if you wanna truly understand, go check that out on the left.
See, even that was so creative.
Example of this, but there's a movie called Black Phone, which makes the connection between color grading and set design so undeniably clear. The filmmakers aimed for a warm retro look to match the 80s vibes, but in almost every single shot of this film is a hint of blue, thoughtfully placed in both wardrobe and props to create a lot more contrast without breaking the look. So even after a very warm grade, the image feels beautifully balanced.
So basically, they made the orange and teal look by putting blue stuff in the frame?
Exactly. It wasn't a last-minute decision or forced into the grade.
Oh, so they're just saying like in the physical set design, if they want a certain look. So first you have to have the foresight of like the look you want, but then you actually just insert in that color within your sets. which that's good to know. It won't help me with my digital LUTs that I'm making now, though.
It was already there.
Interesting. Wait, that was it?
There's another board behind you.
It's another puzzle?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, what am I looking at?
You tell me.
What do you mean?
Besides setting custom design, there's one more thing you can use before grading that will make everything fall into place. And just like before, it all comes down to contrast.
Contrast. Man, this is so good.
I think I get it. It's the blue paints on the orange papers, and the orange paints on blue papers.
And plus we don't have enough time to explain the how fast.
Blue pins and the orange on the blue, blue on the orange. So is it, because I know everyone always talks about the teal and the teal and orange mix is like always considered one of the most cinematic, or the one everyone does. Kavai said, I guess outsourcing the low effort jobs, if you categorize your work in 4 buckets, first $10, second $50, third $100, and fourth $1,000, then find someone to make the $10 to $50. What do I know though? I heard this tip on YouTube. Thought it was a clever way to visualize. Okay. No, I do like that. I do like that. I'm just trying to think how I need to personally figure out how do I categorize my own work into dollar figures. But yeah, so right now the way I was thinking of it, where I thought would make the most sense, is that with the video editor, hopefully I'm going to try to find one, but the video editor would work on my talking head stuff for 2 reasons. One, I think that's one of the areas where I'm the weakest, like, you know, trying to do those clever transitions, text overlays, any of the kind of After Effects or Fusion related kind of stuff, motion graphics. That's an area I'm not skilled at or have enough experience in. So it's like anything where I think I need to apply that kind of techniques more often, I want to outsource. So then that could be talking head videos where, you know, sometimes you have to do funky text overlays or that kind of stuff, right? Make it a bit more punchy, especially when you got content where it's just someone talking. What's up, Mac? Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Good to have you on here again. We're having a very good stream. So I'm on day 3 of essentially trying to figure out how to make LUTs. I'm taking a quick break because I was watching some videos on making LUTs. And this video has definitely been captivating. It's called The Most Cinematic Color Grading Trick That No One Knows. Very, very cinematic the way this guy shot it. His name's Ermia Ramez. But yeah, so we're taking a break, just watching this to see if we can glean some knowledge about like certain color grading tricks. Although this is watching more like a short film as opposed to like an actual education tutorial type video. But this guy's done a clever job of like a creative job of, you know, espousing knowledge in an entertaining way. Mac, you said, I really like Ermia's work. I've never heard of this guy. So yeah, I have now subscribed to him, but this is so impressive. I was like, yo, let's watch this. Okay, I'll check out all his stuff in a bit. Oh, he's got his chapters. All right, where are we at? Oh, I must have skipped a bunch. Oh, he's got dehancer in his workflow. Nice. Log transform. Okay, where am I in this video? I'm at 5 minutes. Okay, we're at the good stuff. We're getting to the juicy stuff. You've been watching him for a year. I totally can see me doing that as well. So yeah, so Mac, the question I was asking right before you might have hopped on was like, yo, this video feels like a type of video that you have to spend a lot of time making. It's 12 minutes long, clearly well scripted, acting, the lighting, everything about it. It's really creative, the actual narration and the story behind it, the structure. It's like, okay, I almost imagine this would be something that would take weeks at, you know, obviously, like maybe months even, just to get it from start to finish. And so I'm like, yo, how do you do this as a YouTuber where you have to, let's say if it ends up taking weeks or months, how do you have the capacity to spend so much time on one video without ever knowing if the video will pop off or not? And in the meantime, you need to maximize your time doing other things. So how do you make money for yourself while you're waiting for, while you're working so much on this one video that could take up entirety of weeks, because that's my current struggle, right? It's like, how do I make videos in a above average way, but consistently? Yeah. So the fact that he's doing this, I mean, obviously he's a bigger channel, so maybe by this point he's got enough of a team effort or resources to be able to do it, and he's probably got different streams of work. But yeah, very fascinating. What's up, Cyronius? Hey guys. Mac, you said he takes a long time to post, but that's a given, especially with what he puts into his work. Yeah, it's super impressive. And so, I mean, that's the ideal. If you don't get rushed into making your content, but then the question then becomes, how do you fund those contents? And maybe it's like through Patreon or like other channels where it's like people appreciate it enough that they're willing to like help fund you, such that you make your work. So I don't know. But this kind of stuff is like, it's like, man, so impressive. If I could make something even like a quarter of the creativity that he's put into this and do it consistently, yo, we're on a roll then. Kavai says, Cyronius with a bunch of epic emotes, including my own. Thank you very much. Lobe says, all right, I'm back in my office. I've turned the lights off and I'm under my desk. So what's new? Nice. You can't hide from your boss forever, man. What's new? See, we're just going to keep watching this because apparently there is going to be a lot here in terms of like actual knowledge for how do I color grade. For a moment, I thought it was just going to be a fun film, but we're back in education. Temperature. Okay.
Okay, enlighten me.
It's a pleasure. Open the last folder. You will see hundreds of images for mixing warm and cool color temperatures at a huge...
Okay, mixing warm and cool colors. Yo, we did kind of do that with our last, with the LUT that we made, right? Because I was mentioning like, oh, it's got a lot of warm tones, so I wanted the shadows to have a bit of touch of blue in it. But yeah, I just thought it looked better that way, but I couldn't necessarily say why. I tried to bullshit my answer of something or other, but okay, mixing warm and cool colors have a huge impact on the look and the contrast.
On the look and the contrast. The effect really pops when your two lights are around 2,000 to 3,000 Kelvin apart.
Like 2900 and 6500?
Yes, this may be considered a lighting trick, but it has a noticeable
Okay, so having two light sources.
impact in the color grading process. It can work in both ways.
Yeah, but you mean for every single scene?
The lights needs to be motivated by something, but no, not for every scene. Check the second laptop on your right. There are plenty of great...
Ooh, there was one little issue there. Did anyone else catch that? It's not even an issue, but this guy's stuff is amazing. Hey, what's up, Markman? Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, I just discovered this guy, so I'm watching his content for the first time. But like, I feel like I ended up just slow motion watching the entire beginning section, but I should technically do it for the entire video because I'm trying to take notes in my head mentally for now, and then I'll write it out. How he films every shot, because like I'm trying to get a sense of what is the pattern. So obviously with these close-ups, where do you place the subject? Where's that kind of like lower thirds concept? Is he adding motion to his footage, or like to actually the shot itself? Is he like physically moving the camera, or is it digitally altered motion? Is he like panning from left to right? Is he doing those kind of like revealing shots or the over the shoulder? Is he like doing that kind of focus pull effect? So yeah, this is so good to the point where like, man, I want to like dissect everything here and see how he does this. And then the storytelling is phenomenal. Like it watches like an actual scripted story that was thought through, not just like, oh, we're gonna make an education video. Teal and orange look, that's what everyone calls it. Yeah, that teal and orange. Although I don't really play with teal as much, but maybe I should. It was more like just a... Yeah, so when I did my first LUT, that was less teal and orange, but it was like... It was kind of like an reddish orange and dark blue-ish, kind of, but not necessarily in the teal orange look. Okay, so the one little catch that I was going to say here, his shadows are in the dark to light blue range and not crushed. Yeah, I think that's what's amazing, though. It's like, yeah, obviously he's doing everything the right way, but okay, so for my OCD autistic ass or whatever, when he said check the second laptop on your right.
No, not for every scene. Check the second laptop on your right.
I'm like, bitch, that laptop's on her left, okay? Anyways, that's my little OCD brain kicking in. Unless I'm wrong. Okay, because generally speaking, chances are always that I'm wrong. So let me just double check.
By something, but no, not for everything.
Check the second laptop. Check the second laptop on your right, right? And so from her point of view, the second laptop, which is the one she's picking up, is on her left. Yeah, I think I'm dead on the money.
Right. There are plenty of great looking shots that use just one.
Yeah, because technically this is the laptop on her right. And this is on her left. Okay. Anyways. Lil Basie said, you may want to shorten that name before you sell it. Yeah. Kavai said, I think this temperature concept is what he means by saying it starts before shooting. The lights could be altered in a warm, cold temperature instead of using LUTs. Yeah, oh yeah, when he said something about the set design. So it's like, before you even... Yeah, so instead of digitally altering the colors, it's inserting things... If you have an idea of what the colors are going to be in the final shot, then inserting those colors into your scene itself will help. But he said you're right, not her right. But he was talking to her, which means your was for her.
So, I mean, it still depends on your story, location, and lighting motivations. But pulling off a good one-tone image is a lot harder. And when you watch them side by side, you probably get what I'm saying.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Taking care of these things will make your grading process easier and more powerful. Now, ready to start?
See, that was cool as well. So I guess this would be an example of focus pulling and doing a... Is this just a panning motion? I don't know what you call it when you... I always assume panning is when you don't shift the... You don't tilt the camera, but you're just kind of keeping it fixed and then moving left or right. Whereas in this case, you're kind of twisting or you're tilting off an axis from the left to the right. Yeah, I don't know those terminologies. But okay, so here he's focusing on the background and then it shifts over to the ear. Lobe says, I thought he was talking to you. Yeah, I'm so confused. Are you spying on this lady while she's trying to learn something? Max says he talks about complementary colors. So when you look at your palette, you want to think complementary colors. Okay. Yeah, see, this is the things I need to realize, or I need to understand. Well, yeah, I guess even with that in mind, this, even before it's in focus, we do see that obviously her skin tone is more into that orange space, and then he's got that teal look on the laptop, and then the teal is popping on the earbud as well. So he does, would you call this a split tone? I have no idea. Or a duo tone? I don't know. But even this is really nice, right? So the fact that he's thinking of this.
And more powerful.
And then the question is, what is the color of this earbud? Or did he just point... Yeah, I don't know. Did he make it this color to match with the teal?
Now, ready to start the actual grading?
Thought you would never ask.
And the music is awesome too. I'm gonna have to look at this. So she's wearing orange. So I get what he's saying now, a little bit. So this video has already been helpful in terms of paying attention to like, okay, how do you decorate your set? So what do you dress them as? So if you wanted that teal orange look, applying actual orange stuff and teal stuff into the set can be useful. So maybe the wood, the jacket. Mac, oh wait, hold on. Kavaya said, basically that's what we got from the intro, yeah. Also, if you look at the scene, everything is light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark throughout the scene. Are you saying it like switches between them? And that's when you get those waveforms that have dark and light peaks. Everything is light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. Do you have to light it like that? Sorry, you have to light it like that. He uses his power windows as well to bring up and down areas. Yeah. I did notice that it seems like a lot of professionals, they use a lot of those like power windows to mask certain areas properly.
How about we do this my way?
Well,
So like maybe he'll put a power window here and one there to like manually darken the space. Although now with the whole magic mask, I feel like it does such a good job of just being able to crop out her and her hair, and then I guess you would just invert and then just have everything else in the background darkened as well.
I was thinking that maybe we could.
Perfect.
Thank you, DaVinci.
First step, converting slot 3 or any other LUT format to DaVinci Wide Gamut, and then to Rec 709.
Yes, that much
So
we
that will
follow.
be our first and last note. As
Man, who would have thought a learning stream could be so much fun? At least for me. Hopefully it's for you guys. Magic Mask was my my other stripper name in college. Damn. I need a ranking of all your stripper names, man. Magic Mask is probably one of the best ones, though. What's that one movie? Was it Magic Mike? Was that the name of the movie or the character? Or maybe both. Magic Mask. Max says, I mean, look at the scene from left to right. It's dark. Okay, so let's look. Dark, then there's dark. Hold on, did I read that right? It's dark, then there's light, then there's dark, and there's light. It goes in that pattern. I see what you're saying. So it's like a oscillating pattern. Would that be the right way to say it? But yeah, it goes like dark, light source, back to dark, light, dark, light, and then darkish, lightish across. And then I guess this would be like a greenish color, but maybe it kind of is a teal. I don't know. Maybe it's like a tealish colored sofa.
why?
But yeah, I think that's also one thing I'm realizing just looking at some of these shots, which I think I also want to replicate and what I find stylistically in line with what I prefer, is it seems like it's a lot of these kind of duo or like, yeah, two color, how would you say it? Yeah, it's like a duotone thing, right? So it seems like you just focus on two color shades throughout your image. And then if there are other colors in your spectrum or in your shot, either desaturating or try to shift it into one of the other spaces. So then like there's a chance that if I was shooting this and there was a bunch of like, I don't know, pink and purple stuff and like, you know, like super greens, then maybe it's about like either you need to mask it out or you need to actually shift the hues on them or colors until they're gone, so that to someone watching this, they only see really two colors here. Cyrone said, I have huge respect for you and your work. When you're saying you and your, are you talking to me or are you talking to her? But yeah, thank you, Cyronius. I appreciate it, man. But listen, I'm glad if you are talking to me, because now I'm kind of all in this place. It's so crazy to me because watching this is clearly also showing me there are so many levels to this game, and where I currently sit is like we're just like nibbling at the in the fish pond, right? We're in the koi pond or whatever. Definitely kiddie pool. And then I wonder if to me this guy feels like he's in the ocean, but then I assume people in Hollywood, he would look at those people, maybe, I have no idea. Maybe he looks at those people as like in the ocean. So yeah, let's see when we can level ourselves up to get to like, a lake level, let's say. That's why it's so filmic, just dual complementary colors. Got you. Cyrone said, you still have an eye for the shots you want. I do think that I have a good eye for these things. I do feel confident enough to be able to say that without feeling I'm quite off. Okay, here's the things I'll say. I tend to have a good ear for things and I have a good eye for things. Not necessarily saying I'm the best at it, but I tend to have above average perception of if something looks good or if something sounds good. Lil Bay said, last time oh god, I don't even know I didn't even read the rest of your sentence, but I just know something's gonna come up. Last time I was nibbling in the koi pond, the police were called. Well, as they should. I can't believe you're head of security, man. You know what, I'm imagining right now, Low Bass, that you're typing this out right now on a keyboard under your desk while you're hiding from your boss. Cyrone says, I was saying I respect you and I respect the work you're doing. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. I was mostly following up with my comment prior to that. Gotcha. Max says, no, man, your work is good, just a few tweaks and you can easily get it here. Yeah, I think so. Look, I do think this is achievable, right? Because a lot of this is just bumping up my technical knowledge and know-how. And then really the area that's maybe less attainable is his creative, the concept, right? This kind of storytelling that he decided on. It's such a unique, novel approach to making a tutorial, right? It's like you're hiding. It's like if you're a parent and I guess you're like trying to feed vegetables or pills to your child, or I guess even to your dog or cat, and you have to hide it inside of something tasty. And that's basically what this guy has discovered, right? It's like, oh, it's really an education video masked inside of a tasty cinematic morsel, right?
Why?
To get the maximum dynamic range. Then I'll create 4 more nodes in between, starting with contrast and...
Exposure?
Exactly.
Starting with contrast... Wait, hold on. Because maybe I need to learn some things here. He starts with contrast and ends with exposure?
To Rec 709. So that will be our first and last node. Ask me why.
Why?
To get the maximum dynamic range. Then...
Okay, so this part I understand, right? So, yeah, you start with the color space transform and then get back out of DaVinci into Rec 709. But then I need to pay attention to what he said here, or I guess what she said, but the ordering, because that's one of the things as we were building our node tree. That's one of those ones where I think Fed might have been in the chat saying like normally he doesn't do it a way that I do, because then sometimes you might end up breaking your footage somehow. But then I'm also wondering, is there a certain order I should follow? Low Base, you said you can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe they actually put me in charge of stuff and made me responsible for things. Nice. And paid you for it too. Don't forget that part. Max says, especially your shots and how you go about capturing those shots. And a Low Base, last thing I'll say is like, look, the day, I do feel confident in I have confidence in myself, and I'm confident that if we keep doing this, it'll be fine. But like, let's say when the day arrives that our streaming channels and our YouTube channel is so successful that we can confidently say we can do this as a living, it, pays the bills and all that. I will absolutely be saying the same thing to you then. I was like, I can't believe I've convinced people to pay money to me to let me make videos, at my leisure. But thank you, Mac, as well. Especially your shots, how you go about capturing those shots. You know what? This is not me being modest. I think, here's what I'll say. Getting these kind of shots, or like my travel shots in general, I don't actually think it's something unique, or I'm not doing anything that other people aren't already doing as well. If you're, I guess, trying to do film stuff. If anything, I'm still not doing things that I should do. And that's why I'm trying to build up this like kind of shot list. The things that I will say that I feel confident or proud of in terms of when I do my travels is physically speaking, I have a high tolerance and endurance for like super uncomfortable things or exhausting things. And so, while anyone can take the exact same shot that I do on my trips, not anyone would maybe pull all-nighters or be filming as long as I am or trying to get those shots a certain way. So yeah, I'm a bit more like that's the kind of the secret sauce of why I can end up with good footage, is because I just end up I have a higher tolerance for doing boring stuff and exhausting stuff when I'm traveling, especially. And I give a shout out to my dad in this one for teaching me, because I mentioned before, he's an Olympic wrestler back in the day. And so since I was like 4 years old and onwards, where we were like forced to do wrestling and all kinds of things, it taught a bunch of discipline, but I definitely got from him this like singular focus ability to just like work on something and like sacrifice everything or like forget about everything except for one thing. And in his case, it could be like wrestling or whatever the task is. So when I'm in the moment, when I'm traveling, it's the same mentality where I'm just like there. I forget to eat. I don't do anything else besides just get the shot or like enjoy whatever's happening. So that's, I guess, the secret sauce. Cyronius, he said, I don't think there's a right way to do things. Just like in photography, you can approach it in a variety of ways. Is this a treasure map? Oh yeah, let's look at these. Let's look at these nodes. I might have to update my nodes yet again though. Sound design, don't forget about that. Yeah, and that's yeah, sound, that's a whole other ballpark of things that I am still struggling through, right? You guys saw me maybe a few days ago when I was struggling to understand DCP, and then how do I export my audio in the 5.1 whatever format. So even that kind of stuff, yeah, that's a whole other world. We're going to get there, though. Kavai says, I feel you. That's the thing that separates us from others. Thanks for the resonating story. Yeah, anytime. Yo, low bass. Man, thank you very much. Thank you for gifting a sub to Kavaitsu. Yo, hells yeah. I appreciate it, man. And welcome Kavai to the tier 1. Hells yeah. Thank you, low bass. As always, I think, if I remember, in month 1 of my streaming journey, I believe you were the first one to sub to my channel on Twitch. I could be wrong, but even if you weren't the first one, you were definitely the first one to gift subs, and you were super generous with the gifting, right? You were like, what's a sugar daddy mode, right? You're just throwing money my way, so I do appreciate all those gifted subs you gave there, man. And thank you for all the advice and the help, and obviously, so shout out to Low Bass if you're on the Twitch side, because I don't know if, is it just you, Low Bass, who runs that TWCC, or I don't know if you created it yourself, or anyways, the fact that you've created that community and the TWCC community that supports, you know, other streamers and has a bunch of like tools to help us out, yeah, does not go unnoticed. I do appreciate it a lot. Just download Cullen Kelly's CNC node tree. It organizes each node and also sets the node channels and sets specific nodes to linear, and you can go back and modify without breaking your footage. Huh. I'm going to tell you my initial thoughts, Mac. My thoughts split into two there, because part one, yo, Mac, thank you very much for your third super chat, man. Was it your yeah. And also for subbing on the YouTube side. Thank you, Mac, for funding my dinner tonight. So I appreciate it. I can finally have another Chipotle without feeling guilty. Physically, I'll feel really bad, but mentally. Thank you so much, Mac. Thank you, Low Bass. What a day. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Kavai, yes, enjoy our epic emotes. So the emotes you see on Twitch and on YouTube as well, by the way. Those are all fun emotes that I made using wildlife photos that I've captured myself, and then we use Canva, and I tried to, like, you know, make them transparent or make them a bit more fun. So those are all photos of my own and of my cats. So we've got some emotes of my cats as well. Yes, locked in. But thank you guys. Wow. Okay, Mac, you had mentioned the Cullen Kelly thing. I am gonna watch this now. There's what else I was gonna say is, like, I'm sharing my inner thoughts here, where part of me is like, oh snap, that sounds like, because I watched the one video from Cullen Kelly, and a bunch of people now in the chat have shouted him out as like a master in the space. So then I'm like, oh, I can just download that node tree and I can probably just use that forever. But then there's a part of me that was like, wait, I want to create my own node tree, right? So that's like the resistant part of me, which is the not reckless, but the illogical, irrational side of me, which is like, but I want to make my own. But no one says I can't combine parts of his, but I feel like since he's such a master, I imagine I wouldn't want to really touch his node tree at all. That sounds really sexual for some reason, but okay, Cullen Kelly's CNC tree. Let me write this down though. CNC. Okay, I will definitely look at that now. Doesn't sound like something I would do. There's definitely a right way to do things in DaVinci. You break things if you don't. And yeah, and I think that might be what I'm doing, is I could be breaking things. I know I have broken things in the past based on when I was using one of those DCTLs from mono nodes, where I was changing the density. And when I play with the density too much, it would create these like white pixels. There'd be like these dead pixels that would pop up on some of the frames. So that could have been the ordering of things. It could have been the shot itself. And I was stress testing it too much. I don't know, but clearly it means that there's room for me to improve this. So Low Bass says, I'm the janitor. I have the keys to the building. I keep the lights on. Head of security, man. That's the way to do it. Maybe install 7 TTV. Oh yeah. Someone else mentioned the 7 TTV. I didn't think that was a thing I should do, because I thought that would mean that more people have to like download something. But it sounds like a lot of people do have 7 TTV, at least on the Twitch side. My cat is meowing at me. I'm not sure why. You know what? Kimpop over here is meowing to say thank you to Mac for paying for her food as well, his food as well. Thank you for the donation, and to Low Base. So Kimpop was meowing to show his appreciation. Isn't that right, Kimpop? And we can see Amazon Kitty in the background there. Shout out to Fed for the nickname. But Nala has decided to chill in a Amazon cardboard box that is like half her size somehow. She's there. Nala, can you hear me? Hey Nala. Yeah, you recognize your voice, your name I meant. All right, anyways. Where were we? Don't touch anybody's node tree without consent. Yes. Exactly. You can add to it. Yeah, you know what? I should do that, absolutely. And I should watch that video. That sounds like an important one. Wait, is it a video? I'm assuming he makes a video breaking it down, because then it sounds like something where I can learn a lot from it. But we'll start with this video, because this is like obviously super good. Kavai said, I think there's a built-in Twitch add-on you can enable. That way no individual has to install. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was going to say the onus on the viewers to have to download some third-party thing to be able to use emotes. I was like, oh, why would I want to do that? But then it also sounded like 7TTV is a plugin that a lot of maybe OG Twitch users have already installed. So it's not like that burdensome, but yeah.
I'll create 4 more nodes in between.
So he's got 4 more nodes.
And
Exposure.
exactly.
So So they've got a contrast before exposure, which is the opposite of how I've been doing it. I usually did the exposure first, then I have my curves, and then I have a node for contrast. And I know that curves and contrast kind of are the same thing, but I just have separate ones. So like in case someone wants one where they just adjust the contrast number versus playing with the curve itself. And I tend to do the curve itself. And then we have one of those DCTLs. So then my question is, why does that ordering matter? Does he explain it? Don't touch anybody's node tree without consent. He's literally giving it to people to use. Mac, sorry, now I can never tell when people are being too deadpan or sarcastic. But yeah, Mac, he was referring to my joke earlier, or there's something where we were what were we talking about? Oh yeah, I said it sounded sexual when I was like saying something about like his node tree or touching his node tree. And so then Low Base, being the very stripper name joking person, has, you know, added to it.
I usually start with just gamma and gain, but still keeping an eye on the vector scope, and I try to keep the shadows above 0 and highlights under 900. And sometimes lowering the contrast and mid details will create a more cinematic look.
Hold on, man. This dude has just thrown a but okay, now here's where I'm getting confused. Should I be listening to her, or because there's obviously 2 characters in this video, but it sounded like the male voice is the one that we're supposed to listen to. Like the male voice is the one that's like saying whatever I say is gospel. So then if I pause this now and like take notes on this, is his voice going to pop in and be like, you're dead wrong on everything. Now listen to me.
Especially
and you know what? I should just watch the video.
with
So.
mirrorless cameras. The next node is white balance and the look.
The most important one.
Right. Mirrors
Okay, so
being
he did
try
not
to
he did
create a
not
shadow
push back on any of that. So it sounds like we should take what she said.
above and
Exposure.
exactly. I usually start
Wait, now I'm more confused. Hold on.
starting with contrast and
Exposure.
Okay. God damn it. This guy is now confusing the shit out of me. Mac, you said no one is talking about stealing here. Oh, apologies. Yeah, no worries. No worries, Mac. Yeah, don't worry about it. Listen, Low Base is he's I don't think Low Base is ever serious about anything, which is why I appreciate his presence here. Yeah. So yeah, don't take anything he says seriously, is what we'll say. Okay, so here's where you should also never take anything I say seriously, to be fair. Where I'm getting confused is, and sometimes this is where I think watching a tutorial video in the format of a tutorial video probably still makes the most practical sense. The thing that I'm getting confused by here is that they say I'll create 4 more nodes in between, starting with contrast and exposure. But then in the B-roll shot here, or the actual shot, the first node is exposure. So now I'm getting confused. Is it because he's saying exposure and contrast is just all part of one node? Or was this just something where they wanted a B-roll shot where it shows him typing exposure, but then, you know, in reality they meant for this node to be after contrast node? So yeah, this is where I'm getting a bit confused.
Exactly. I usually start with just gamma and gain.
And so in the exposure node, he does gamma and gain stuff. Okay, I need to take notes on this actually. Give me a second. Let's open up my... Do I have my Notion? Mac, you said he doesn't push back on any of the stuff that she's correct on, and sometimes at the end of the video she goes through just showing that she understands everything. Gotcha. I think you're just thinking about it too much. Listen, if there's one thing you should be very aware of just watching my streams is I overthink everything. So absolutely. You're thinking about it too much. Just go through, watch it yourself, then rewatch it, and you'll understand what the flow of his videos are. Don't overthink it. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to just pop open my little thing here, and we'll call this creating LUTs and node tree. I'm about to say creating node tree and LUTs. And then this is all about the LUTs. So let's start with node tree workflow. And let me just put in a few notes here as we go. Set up key task flow. I don't know. I need better terminology. Mac, you said exposure and contrast is part of one node. Yeah, that's what that was like one of the assumptions I was thinking is like, does he just have one node that does exposure and contrast stuff and they just, yeah. Or was it a type or a mistake in terms of what he showed on screen? That's also the way that I do it. You do the exposure and contrast in one node. Gotcha. Okay. You know, part of me just likes having so many separated nodes. But I can also understand why that could be too much, right? Because then also, even for me, that would mean I have to always like go into a specific thing to make adjustments. Whereas if I just have one, it could simplify. So we'll see. Lobase, you know you can integrate ChatGPT and Notion. I did not. I'll have to look into that. Also, never use the contrast slider. Always use curves. You may already know that. I didn't have anyone tell me not to do it. I just never do it myself. So for any of the contrasty stuff, I tend to just focus on the curves. So I never play with the contrast. It just I have a node for contrast, but that was more just as a placeholder for like catch-all for future stuff. But I don't know the reason why. So if you're saying you never use the contrast slider, I've never had someone explain why you should avoid it. So okay, let me write down the key task flow though. Key task flow is first, I have my noise reduction node. Second one is the color space transform into DaVinci wide gamut / intermediate. Then we'll figure out step 3, 4, 5, and all that. Step 3, so then I'll put this under color corrections. And then can I just do this? Okay. And then here's where maybe the way I'm going to do things... Actually, no, I think I prefer it this way. So I basically think I need to have nodes where I do all the adjustments for the color correction side of things. And then I proceed to any of the color grading stuff. And the color grading could have the exact same nodes. So for instance, I have a color correction curve, and then I have a color grading curve. So maybe what I'm saying is like, if I do any adjustments to the curves, just to get the balance of the shot properly set, then I have that node. And then once we get into the color grading side of things, I can then still play with a new curve line from that baseline, I guess. So it's like creating the baseline, and then we do our color grading stuff. And for that, I have like a node for exposure, curves, contrast, and white and black points. And then the next steps are things around color. So I have like saturation, desaturation, density, and hue shift, as well as a few parallel nodes for any of the DCTLs that I have access to, just like preset there. And then the final few steps I have is I have an empty node for any LUTs that I've created or that I want to use that were done in DaVinci Wide Gamut. Then I have a dehancer node at the end. And then at the end of that, we then have our DRT, where we will convert into Rec 709. And then after that Rec 709 conversion, I have a few placeholders for any potential extra LUTs that were done in the Rec 709 space. You can throw it in there. And then I have vignetting, a corner fade, or like film grain kind of stuff, just in case. And then the final step is a sharpening. So then in case I need to sharpen the final footage. So in my mind, all of this makes sense. Now, the only things it seems like I need to double check on is like, is there still a proper sequence of when you do exposure versus curves versus color stuff? I'm not sure. Mackie said it's just all about an efficient workflow that doesn't break your footage. Curves just allow for a better manipulation. Okay. So I'm glad I'm doing it the right way. So I will, yeah, you know what? I just play with the curves and it's been really fun that way. The funny thing is, because I started with photography, for my photography editing, I almost like never touch the curves. So, yeah, for photo, I never really play with the curves, or I haven't really. And then on video, I only play with the curves. So it's good to know that I'm doing the right thing, at least for video. Okay, so let's get back to that video. Where are you?
But still keeping an eye on the vectors. I'll create 4 more nodes in between, starting with contrast and
Exposure.
Exactly. I usually start with just gamma and gain, but still keeping an eye on the vector scope, and I try to keep...
Okay, so then when he says contrast, I'm still going to separate it out, but basically they're saying contrast and exposure. But I can also understand why, because they're doing the lift gamma gain, where you can also adjust. Okay, we'll separate it out. But within exposure, I'll say stuff like,
I usually start with just gamma and gain.
edit gamma and gain. Keep an eye on the vector scope.
But still keeping an eye on the vector scope, and I try to keep the shadows.
And also, I'm curious, the type of vector scope.
But still keeping an eye on the.
So which one is he using here? Hello, Piyush. Hey, long time no see, Piyush. Welcome back to the stream. Curves just allow for better. Yeah, gotcha. Low bases. So is this the guy supposed to actually be in the room with her, or is he just a disembodied voice guiding her? You know, like Patrick Swayze. I never watched that one movie. Is he like a ghost in that or something? This is low bass where I would be like, what voice? What guy's voice? Yo, Nicholas Moeller, Photography. Thank you very much for being here. Nicholas, I think I recognize your name, so I believe you're coming back. I appreciate you being here. Good evening. Good evening. Yes, it is evening here as well, 9 p.m. 9 p.m. in Dubai. Welcome to the stream, guys. It's a very fun stream, and or at least for me, right now I'm learning how to edit, and we made our first LUT yesterday, and I'm trying to make a new LUT. But as we're doing that, I've stumbled upon this video from a really good creator named Ermia Ramez, and I didn't know this is what I was watching, but basically because the title is the most cinematic color grading trick that no one knows, so he hooked me with that. And as we've been watching this is the most cinematic tutorial I've ever watched, ever. So it's been really entertaining. But now I'm like looking at my node tree, I'm seeing what do I need to change to kind of make sure I'm doing this the right way. So he says he keeps an eye on the vector scope, but in his image here, Nicholas, he's I am been raiding here some time ago. I think, yeah, okay. This is before I had traveled then, I think. So it might have been a month ago, maybe, Nicholas, that you're here. But yeah, so I went on a 2-week hiatus. We made this video. I was able to shoot with the Nikon ZR, and then I made some YouTube videos talking about that, making my first like short film documentary and a review video on the Nikon ZR. And now we're looking at footages from the Nikon ZR, and I'm using this to create my LUTs. So it's been pretty fun for me, and I'm hoping to create a decent LUTs. Stuff that I actually feel proud to put my name behind and then sell it on my website, give it access and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, as a paid member, by the way, not that I'm saying Mac or Low Base or anyone else, not saying that you guys would find value in it, but I do feel like if you are subscribed to me, if you're paying money to me on a monthly basis, or even for a month or so, right? At the very least, the least thing I can do is provide you guys access to these kind of things that I have, whether it's my photo presets or my video LUTs and anything else. So I'll, as I create this, I'll make sure to give you guys access to it as well. I appreciate it. Probably a month ago, been watching, but not writing after that. Gotcha. Well, thank you for being back here. Yeah, apologize. I forgot exactly where I recognize you from. It's been some time. Yeah, but welcome back. Max says, and also I was hoping to do some photography stuff today as well, photo editing from my Japan trip, but I'm so hooked into like this, learning about these LUTs. So, Mac, you said primaries to balance to saturation to power windows to personal grading to trim. There's a lot more to it than just this because each node is set up in a certain way, but this is a pretty efficient flow that you also use. I forgot about power window stuff. Although like the power window stuff probably exists within some of the other nodes, right? Although I think before I had like a node set up just for creative edits. Okay, let me think about that. Let me write that down as well. Primaries. But then, okay, so when people say primaries, what do they mean by that? Is that like talking about the colors? Saturation. Yeah, so I have my saturation. I have my balance. Primaries, I don't have a node called primaries, but I did see Wakaz had a node that he created called primaries as well. And then personal grading. Color management workflow, I gotta run. Thank you again, Mac, for being here. I very much appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat as well. Enjoy your conference call. Hopefully it's a good one. As much as they can be, I guess. Nicholas, he said, no worries. I'm happy I recognize myself. Yo, me too. You and me both when it comes to, you know, who needs a mirror? Does nothing. Okay, so I'm taking some notes here. Color correction. So I'm trying to figure out the right flow of steps. And according to this guy's video, which I do trust because it is so cinematic, he's got a vector scope where he splits out the RGB. So I'm trying to figure out which one is he using here. So he's using the parade. Is there a reason I shouldn't be using the parade? I'm going to trust this guy. If he's using it, there must be a reason. So we're going to keep it as well.
Vector scope, and I try to keep the shadows above.
I'm going to make it a bit bigger, and then let me take my notes as well as we do this. Oh, it doesn't. Dang it. I thought it would scale up. Keep the shadows above 0 and highlights under 900. I mean, I guess that's the just looking at the IRE scale and just making sure that nothing dips below 0 and nothing goes above 100 or 900. What?
Above 0 and highlights under.
Oh, he's using a different type of scaling system now.
But
Damn
still
it.
keeping an eye on the vector scope, and I try to keep the shadows above 0 and highlight.
Shadows above 0 and highlights above 900. Which scale is he using? He might be using this 10-bit. I'm going to stick to this IRE one.
It's under 900, and sometimes lowering the contrast and mid details will create a more
Oh, interesting. So he does slide the contrast.
cinematic look.
Mid detail. Okay, I'll keep that in mind though. We'll put this under color grading section. Color grading. And then the last step I need to do color grading. Same thing, contrast, exposure, edit, gamma and gain, HDR exposure on the gain, right? Global exposure. And then mid details. I've never really played with the mid details, so that's going to be an interesting one for me to try out. Edit mid / detail for cinematic look, e.g. lowering the number.
Especially with mirrorless cameras. The next note is white balance and the look.
Okay, yeah, so he does just create it under a single node for contrast and exposure. White balance and the look.
The most important one.
Right. And sometimes I try to steal from the ones I love. I've noticed that I like the films that have a bluish or desaturated look, and most Sony cameras have lots of unnecessary reds in the shadows, so I reduce the reds using
Okay, so this is where, according to the node tree that I have, it's slightly different from how he does it. I mean, not slightly, it is different. Let me join this heist. Heist it up with day 74. So let's gamble away 74. Kavai, you said, have you checked up color theory wheel for cinematography? I learned some stuff from those wheels alone. I have not. Just safe to assume I haven't watched anything on this topic, really. Color theory wheel for cinematography. Is that a YouTube channel? Color theory wheel. Cinematography. Okay, it's not a channel. Alright, I'll figure this out later then. Oh yeah, BC knows all the gambling Okay, so he has so within the color correction, after contrast and exposure, He then has one for white balance, right?
The next node is white balance and
So the main difference with how I'm going to make my node tree again, or update it, is I still kind of prefer splitting the exposure node from the curves. Actually, let me think about it, because simplicity is best for sure. Is there a reason why I can't do the exposure and curves on the same thing? Or I guess exposure and contrast. Obviously, they both affect the same thing, or they can, right? You know what? I think I'll still have it split up, because it's sometimes nice for me to like know that if there's any time I adjusted that curve, I know exactly where to look. Whereas with exposure, sometimes maybe I just like knowing where to jump to on that one as well. And the moment I start doing something where I'm adjusting exposures using the curves plus the HDR, like if the moment I feel like I'm hopping around between a bunch of these panels in a single node, it can get a little bit complicated then, is how I kind of think about it. So if I have an individual node for anything I do within this panel here, and then I have a separate node for things that I do in like these kind of color wheels, I think that makes more sense in my mind. So we'll keep it split. Exposure node was my other stripper name in college, and splitting it from the curves was my signature move. Yeah, curves, split to curves, curves to splits. Keck W, nice. Okay, so we'll do a white balance. Yeah, so we'll still do the white balance here. Because then I think the difference will be... Damn, I'm going to have to change up everything. Okay, give me a second. Let me hop back over. Let's find the shot that I usually use as my node tree creation. We're going to use our alpha male. So let's find the best shot. Boom. Okay. So now we have to make some adjustments to our new node tree. Ooh, Jesus. So what do we need to change? We got our noise reduction going to our color space transform, and then it leads to these steps. Now maybe the first thing I'll do is I will, instead of having it all split up simultaneously, I think I will try to have it go sequentially. So instead of it all splitting up here into all of them at once, I'll have it go one by one. So from this color space transform, I need it to then connect to our first node, which will be exposure, curves, contrast. So basically I need to shift these guys up. We're going to drop this guy down, bring these guys up. Okay, so we start with exposure, curves, contrast. Then we go into white balance, according to this one. And the funny thing is, I might end up downloading that one, what is it, the CNC node from Cullen Kelly. So then we might make even more changes, I guess. But look, this way I feel like I'm learning properly, and then we'll just keep improving from there. So I won't save this node, I guess is what I'm saying. Let's watch this video, try to rearrange from what I've got, and then I'm going to watch that Cullen Kelly video on his node concept.
the look.
The most important one.
Right. And sometimes I try to steal from the ones I love. I've noticed that I like the films that have a bluish or desaturated look, and most Sony cameras have lots of unnecessary reds in the shadows. So I reduce the reds using lift, gamma and gain, but it's better to do most of the work with just gamma and gain. Then I'll create a parallel node
With just gamma and gain. Okay, so basically a lot of the Hollywood films use a bluish or desaturated look. So then basically what she's saying is usually she'll spend time to remove a bunch of the extra reds.
of unnecessary reds in the shadows. So
In the shadows. Okay, I'm going to write this down. We'll put this under the... I'm going to put this under the creative color. So under color grading, once we go to white, I will call it a creative balance. Use gamma/gain to remove unnecessary reds. What else do you say? In the shadows. Wait, I'm so confused then. If she's saying that she's using the lift gamma gain to remove the reds in the shadows, then why wouldn't she use the lift to remove the reds? Because my assumption was like gamma and gain is when you're going more towards the highlights and the brighter areas of your footage, whereas the lift focuses on like the darker areas. So then if you're trying to remove the red, wouldn't you want to remove it from the lift side? But she's saying to remove the unnecessary red in the shadows, so I reduce the reds using lift, gamma, and gain, but it's better to do most...
Reduce the reds using lift, gamma, and gain, but it's better to do most of the work with just gamma and gain.
With just gamma and gain. Okay. Then create a parallel node to bring back a bit of yellows.
Then I'll create a
God damn it, so fast.
But it's better to do most of the work with... So I reduce the reds using lift, gamma, and gain, but it's better...
The look and reduce reds, lift, gamma, gain. Let me just write that down. Use lift, gamma, gain, focus, prefer gamma and gain.
To do most of the work with just gamma and gain.
Okay, so then she said she creates a parallel node.
Then I'll create
a
parallel
node to bring back a bit of yellows. And what tool is she using here? The curves hue versus sat. Parallel node. Okay, so we'll call this creative balance parallel. Use curves, what was it? Hue to sat? Hue versus sat. Hue versus sat to bring back a bit of yellows. So I'm curious how this tool works compared to the DCTLs I have.
No, to bring back a bit of yellows and reds to the midtones.
To the midtones.
Do you want to add something?
I do. There's a plugin called dehancer. That's always been my final touch.
Okay, where should I get it?
You can download it from the website. It's a really accurate film emulation plugin with lots of film stocks, but it's not free.
Yeah, I'm trying to buy $500. bold of you to think I would actually buy that.
Well, you can use mine if you want.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, drag the dehancer to the next node after white balance and change the source to DWR intermediates and reduce the gain to 0.
Reduce the gain to 0.600. I've never done that. Oh, nice. We're learning. Reduce the gain.
White balance and change the source to DWR intermediates and reduce
Key output. Oh, so exciting. We're like learning from someone who is clearly very talented. So I feel these are always nice moments when you just follow the instructions of someone you trust is good at what they do. It's like, yes, sir. What did you tell me? Do this? Absolutely. So we're gonna go. Crap, I forgot where he said. Key output. Key input, key output. Where is this? Where is this? Is this like a different version? Key output, input. I have input and then output. So maybe that's just the updated version. So yeah, low base. It is very nice of that disembodied voice to let her use his license. Yeah, $500 saved. I thought he was going to use that moment to be like, just use my promo code Ermia Ramez to get 10% off. But he did not do that. Okay, so I'm a little bit confused because I don't see a one-to-one of like how to do this, but we'll check in a second. Reduce the gain to 0.600, then choose a film stock. Let me just see it. Does everything else look the same?
After white balance and change the source to
So input, yes. We've got input, exposure, temp, that kind of stuff. Select's fine.
DWR intermediates and reduce.
But then this part, where the hell is he getting this? Reduce the gain to 0.600. It's in between. It's before qualifier. I don't even know where that is.
The gain to 0.600. Then choose the film stock.
Okay,
You're breaking my balls here, man. Film developer. Okay, let me just open up everything. Maybe it's hidden somewhere. We're looking for key input, gain, and offset. Expand, print, color head, film grain, halation, bloom, film damage, vignette, monitor, outputs, LUT generator, and options. God damn it. The option does not exist. Maybe he has an older version or something. I mean, he made this 5 months ago. I don't even see the word gain anywhere. I just see total impact. Maybe that's what. Maybe. Did anyone say anything in the comments? There's no shot I'm gonna find this. Reduce the gain to 600, then choose a film stock. Well, I appreciate the clear instructions. I just wish I could find the steps to do it. Either way, let me also write this down in my notes then. So under the creative balance, so we have creative Color grading, we do contrast, exposure, creative balance. So these are kind of like the color stuff. Saturation. Well, I guess he might go into all this, but dehancer. I'll just write dehancer for now.
Which one?
Anyone you like. I use Kodak Aero color for most of the night scenes and
Film stocks. Kodak Aero color. Night. Kodak Vision 3 for what?
Kodak Vision 3 for most daytime scenes.
Day.
Then I would enable the grain, halation and bloom, and it's done.
I do these steps as well, so that's good to know.
Then I would enable the grain, halation and bloom, and it's done.
Okay. Dehancer with Kodak Vision 3, 250D plus halation, bloom, and grain. Yep. So from log to Rec 709, adjusted contrast and exposure, look and reduced reds, hue versus sat curves. Dehancer.
So all these steps were necessary, huh?
None of them are necessary, but planning and putting time and effort into your work always makes a difference. For example, everything you went through today was planned 30 days ago.
What?
Everything started when I was trying to make a color grading video without just recording my screen.
Oh man, this guy, it's like he's reading my mind and stuff. Or this is how good this video is. Because obviously we paused it a bunch being like, yo, how much time did it take him to make this video? Like, as we're thinking through the process. So the fact that he actually added this in is awesome. So it took him a whole month to make this video, is what he's saying?
So, I headed over to Milanotes, the best place for planning and organizing, and tried to gather all of my ideas in one place. The first part was writing the script. After finishing the first draft, I transferred everything to Milanotes, adding some visual references, and organized it into 5 chapters. Next step, set design. I put together a mood board in Milanotes with all the things I thought would suit the place, like a library with vintage books and bunch of brown furnitures. This story is supposed to have a few puzzles, so I wrote down everything that came to my mind in Milanotes, and then choose the one with a better chance of actually working. It's always better to have all of your ideas in one place. Then it was time to make a shot list. So I grabbed the shot list template from Milanote and started writing the shot types and frame sizes for each scene, and paired them with at least 2 visual references for each one. They can work both as inspiration and as a backup plan. The next step was making a gear list. Unfortunately, Milanote has a template for that too. I chose the DZO Film Arliss primes and paired them with Sony ZV-1. These are definitely the best lenses I ever used. Now the only remaining part. These are for that too. I chose the DZO Film Arliss primes and paired them with Sony ZV-1. These are definitely the best lenses. The DZO Film Arliss.
Okay, so you're shooting with a 35, 24, 28. Okay.
Primes and paired them with Sony ZV-1. These are definitely the best lenses I ever used. Now the only remaining part was music. I dragged all the songs that I like into the soundtrack board and tried to match each one to a specific moment in the video. Then, after 4 weeks of planning and huge help of Milanote, everything was ready to roll. Milanote is available for free with no time limit, so you can sign up for free using the link in the description. So yeah, like I was saying, all the time you put in our
That's
work
crazy.
really pays off at the end. I mean, everything you did today was worth it, right? Right?
Yeah, totally.
Haha, I knew it. So ready to discover a new secret? Oh, I'm sure you're ready. Go check the books on the library on your left, and you will discover the biggest trick about color grading.
Man, that was so good. That was such a good video. All right, we're going to check out his link. I'm going to have to try out this Milanote. Go to site. We'll check this out later. Oh, there's his code for dehancer. Don't use that code, guys. You have to use mine. But obviously, I'm kidding. This guy's so good. Crazy. Zhiyun X100. Oh, I have one. I use Zhiyun as well. So, okay. We're using some of the same gear. The Molus B500. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Well, that was super helpful. Now, there was a Colin Kelly video I need to watch now. But I do think, so that actually did help me quite a bit, because I've never really used the hue versus saturation curve. So this is going to be really fun for me to play with. I'm glad that the video also kind of explained a little bit of just like simplifying language of not having to be technical about it, but just saying like, look, a lot of Hollywood films, they have more bluish tone, and so therefore, and like a bit more desaturated. So just saying like, go for bluish and desaturated by removing reds through lift gamma gain, and then bringing back some of the yellows through these hue versus saturation curves gives you that Hollywood bluish tone look. So yeah, I mean, could he have said all that in like a minute? For sure. But obviously this was way more interesting. Damn, that was so good. I want to try out that Milanote thing as well. Colin Kelly CNC node. Okay, give me a second. We're going to find Colin Kelly's node tree. Is your node tree making your grading worse? That might be the one. My new year approach to color grading. The best node tree for any camera, Pro Colorist. Okay, I'm assuming it's this one.
There are a million node tree videos on the internet, and if we're not careful, these can actually end up making our color grading worse. In this video, I'm going to talk you through how to avoid this, and then I'm going to show you the way I've set up my brand new template node graph to allow for quick, confident, and intuitive color grading that delivers beautiful results shot after shot. But before we dive into Resolve, start talking about nodes, node graphs, color grading, all that good stuff, I want to take just a second to talk about the true purpose of a template node graph, because I think this is something that many of us get wrong right off the bat. There's a kind of fuzzy concept floating around the color grading world that a template node graph exists to capture everything we might ever want to do in any shot for any project and have it all self-contained within our template node graph, because God forbid we have to press the button to add a node at any point, right? But this really misses the mark. This really doesn't represent the true purpose of a template node graph. Sure, we want to have the things we most commonly are going to reach for and want to introduce in terms of nodes, represented in that template node graph so that we don't have to needlessly repeat the same operations shot after shot after shot. And yes, we definitely want our template node graph to be versatile in the sense that we'll work on lots of different projects, and so that we can use it on those different projects and get really familiar, get really comfortable with it, get really efficient at navigating that node graph. But none of these things represent the fundamental purpose of a template node graph. I'm going to suggest this to you. The fundamental purpose of a template node graph is not so much to organize the way you work inside of Resolve. It is to organize the way you think about the color grading process. So if we imagine a template node graph that has lots and lots of complexity but manages to capture everything that we might ever want to do, that to me is not a win in a template node graph, because what's going to happen over time when you're using a template node graph with lots and lots of nodes and lots of fancy interconnections between those nodes is it is going to complicate your thinking about your process. It's going to be difficult to figure out where you should make a particular adjustment, whether you should go back to an old node or create a new node. It is going to feed into what I call in my book, The Colorist 10 Commandments, complexity inertia. We always want to be seeking simplicity when we're color grading. Template node trees are no exception. So there's this balance that we want to strike between having a template node tree that captures the stuff that we most repeatedly need to do when we're grading, while at the same time keeping it as lean and efficient as we can, because that is going to keep our thinking lean and efficient. So with that in mind, let's take a look here inside of Resolve, and we're going to go through my brand new template node graph, and I'm going to show you how I've applied that concept to this new template node graph and what I do within each and every node within the node graph. So what I'm going to do is go over here to my gallery, and I'm going to go to my power grades here for trees. And I've got two templates here that I'm going to point out here. The first is my base tree. This is the tree that I use every day in my professional practice. By the way, one of the main reasons I'm making this video today is because I'm going to go to my power grades here
focus in on it.
Trees.
So I've just downloaded his node tree, and now let's see.
I've got two templates here that I'm going to point out here. The first is my base tree. This is...
Yo, that's so cool. So he's got a section, he's got this split up this way. How did he do that? Trees. This is what I need. Hold on a minute. How'd you do that, buddy? Add power grade album. Is it as simple as that? Oh, okay. I guess I have that already, but mine looks so ugly. I need to create a new one. But can I rename this? There we go. Tree.
This is the tree that I use every day in my professional practice. By the way, one of the main reasons I'm making this video today is because the template node tree that I'm currently using here on YouTube has kind of fallen out of step with what I'm doing professionally, and I want to give it a facelift here on the channel so that we can be as closely as possible mirroring what I'm actually doing in my professional practice as of today. So I've got these two trees. I've got the base tree. This is what I'm using in my professional practice. And then I've got the native tree that we're going to be going through here today. These two are almost identical. The only difference is that the base tree relies on some tools that I've developed for myself that allow me a bit more control over certain things in my grading process. This would be a fun video to do as a deep dive in and of itself, to take a look at those custom tools and kind of show you what they allow me to do that I can't do with Resolve's native tools. But for today, we're going to look at this native tree because it is the exact same structure as my base tree, and it relies on operations that any of us can perform right within Resolve's native tool set. So let's apply this thing to this shot here and see what we got. Here it is. Now, those of you who've been here on the channel for a little bit are going to recognize this is actually on paper a more complex node graph than my prior iteration of my node graph. There's a few more nodes in here, and there's a few more sort of non-standard, non-serial structures to navigate within it, okay? But my goal here was really to introduce some things that I found myself constantly wanting to add into my process, and to end up with a template node graph that I still use most of, and that allows me to save some keystrokes or some control surface strokes in terms of adding nodes that I am consistently needing to use in my process. We're going to go through every single one of these nodes and how I'm using each and the way that each is set up, less because I want to sell you on this being the perfect template node tree, even though for me today it is, and more because I want to show you what it looks like to set up your perfect template node tree and all the things that you want to be thinking about when you go to do so. Before we dive in, I want to point out one very important thing about the way that my nodes are set up and numbered here. I want to go to my resolve preferences for a moment, and we're going to go to color and then user up here, and look at this box that I have checked. Preserve node numbers when adding nodes. This is important.
Man, there's so many steps to this. This is so crazy. Let me exit this. Also, I'm kind of impressed though. Or like, I look at his node tree and it looks so much simpler than mine, which is definitely making me rethink the way I have mine structured. Because like we said, who are you going to trust more? Whose intuition is more accurate for what's best? Me, the guy who's like learning and stumbling and still don't even know half the terminology or more? Or the dude who actually makes videos on this and is like professional at it? So clearly the fact that his looks like it's simplified quite a bit versus mine is like way like so many different nodes. I should probably take a page out of his book. So
Important because I'm a big...
Preserve node numbers when adding nodes. Don't I have that already? Wait, where was that?
We're going to go to color and then user here. I want to go to my resolve preferences for a moment, and we're going to go to color and then user up here.
Color. Where is he getting this color option? I see. Preserve node numbers when adding nodes. Okay, I did not have that turned on. What else does he have turned on? Primal Nation, yes, with the spam emotes. Man, still good, man. Wipe wraps when viewing. Wipe. Previous. Preserve. Always. Wipe. Previous. Preserve. Always perform copy and paste on selected nodes. Okay. Input 03. Input 03. Top option. Top option. Okay.
And look at this box that I have checked. Preserve node numbers when adding nodes. This is important because I'm a big fan of using the previous and next node feature on my control surface. And what this allows me to do is to have a different sequence for my process, what I like to do first, second, third, and last, versus the sequence in terms of order of operations that is applied for these images. So I can apply operations to the image in a different order than I make my adjustments within the node graph. If that doesn't make sense, sit tight, you're gonna make more sense of it in just a second here.
It doesn't make sense.
Let's dive in and let's start by talking about my prime node. So this prime, balance, and sat node, this first trio here, these really represent the core of the grading work that I'm gonna do on any given shot. If I can't get the image on its feet and looking good here, it's never gonna get better going over here. At least it's not ever gonna get to a good point if I am relying on things after that point to get to a good looking image. So this is really the heartbeat of the template node tree. This is the section of the template node tree that was represented in my prior version of my template node graph. So maybe no big surprise there as to how important these first three things are. But let's talk about this primary node and the way that I'm going to work through it here. So within Resolve's native toolset, since I'm not using the custom version of this node tree that I referenced a moment ago, here's what I'm going to do. First things first, as always, I'm going to set my exposure. I like to do that with my HDR global because when I'm just using the wheel, not the trackball, this is identical to using linear gain. And what's fun and a bit of an improvement from using linear gain, meaning setting my gamma here to linear, which we're going to see in just a moment, what's fun about not having to do that is I can still set my exposure in that linear gain fashion. But once I've set my exposure, I can go over to my primaries and I can grade in log, which is my preference. So for this shot, I might like open up my shadows a little bit, drop my gamma down, bring my gain up, just kind of try to finesse the tonality of this image a little bit more, even beyond just what I'm getting out of my exposure adjustment. So something like that's starting to feel pretty good to me. I'm getting a little bit more kind of thickness in the image, but I can still see everything really well and it's feeling really good. And funny enough, this is a shot that is a good example of one where the balance is far enough out that it's almost distracting from my ability to make really finessed decisions with my prime node here. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time here, and instead I'm going to press forward to adjusting my balance. Even though I typically like to start with prime and with my tonal adjustments, that's what this node is for doing exposure and contrast, all tonal work for the image. I like to start there because generally...
Okay. There's a lot of information there. But I want to write down something he said. So basically, it's the same thing as before, where contrast and exposure are all in the same bucket, which is similar to, was it Mac? Or someone in the chat was mentioning this. Apologies, because I don't remember exactly who. But they're saying how they just have a single node for primaries. And it sounds like primaries is combining contrast and exposure. So, in a sense, we can also follow the same naming convention and call it primaries, where within primaries it is now including contrast plus exposure / tonalities. So that was the other word he was saying. So anytime you're adjusting the tone of your shot, that's part of the primaries. So then I'll change this up. So within changing the primaries, it'll be things like edit the gamma and gain. It would be HDR global exposure. Okay. But then the other thing I'm like realizing how he does it, which is different from my version, is until he explains it further, like I'm still curious what these other ones are. So obviously I'm pausing a lot, but because the way I was thinking I need to structure my node tree is have color corrections, then do color grading, then do any of the extra creative stuff at the very end. But here he's got kind of like, I'm assuming within this balance, primary, and saturation, he might be doing a lot of the color grading in addition to the color correction. But that could be a mistake. I might be mistaken.
A ton of time here, and instead using here. I'm going to do that using primary node and the way the template node of I'm back apply a node feature on my control surface. And what this allows me to do is to have a different sequence for my process, what I like to do first, second, third, and last, versus the sequence in terms of order of operations that is applied for these images. So I can apply operations to the image in a different order than I make my adjustments within the node graph. If that doesn't make sense, sit tight. You're going to make more sense of it in just a second here. But let's dive in and let's start by talking about my prime node. So this prime, balance, and sat node, this first trio here, these really represent the core of the grading work that I'm going to do on any given shot. If I can't get the image on its feet and looking good here, it's never going to get better going over here. At least it's not ever going to get to a good point if I am relying on things after that point to get to a good looking image. So this is really the heartbeat of the template node tree. This is the section of the template node tree that was represented in my prior version of my template node graph. So maybe no big surprise there as to how important these first three things are. But let's talk about this primary node and the way that I'm going to work through it here. So within Resolve's native toolset, since I'm not using the custom version of this node tree that I referenced a moment ago, here's what I'm going to do. First things first, as always, I'm going to set my exposure. I like to do that with my...
First things first, he sets his exposure. You know what? I gotta stop hopping that way. Let's just shift this way. First things first, right? He's gonna set his exposure. Is that correct with how we've got this written? Yes. Step 1, primaries. Set the exposures. Set the exposures. And then here, it looks like he was in... So he says he has his own custom thing, but in this version, if you're just using DaVinci stuff, he's using the global HDR wheel.
HDR global, because when I'm just using the wheel, not the trackball, this is identical to using linear gain. And what's fun and a bit of an improvement from using linear gain, meaning setting my gamma here to linear, which we're going to see in just a moment, What's fun about not having to do that is I can still set my exposure in that linear gain fashion, but once I've set my exposure, I can go over to my primaries and I can grade in log, which is my preference. So for this shot, I might like open up my shadows a little bit, drop my gamma down, bring my gain up, just kind of try to finesse the tonality of this image a little bit more, even beyond just what I'm getting out of my exposure adjustment. So something like that's starting to feel pretty good to me. I'm getting a little bit more kind of thickness in the image, but I can still see everything really well and it's feeling really good. And funny enough, this is a shot that is a good example of one where the balance is far enough out that it's almost distracting from my ability to make really finessed decisions with my prime node here. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time here, and instead I'm going to press forward to adjusting my balance. Even though I typically like to start with prime and with my tonal adjustments, that's what this node is for doing exposure and contrast all time.
Okay, I gotta pause from that. Let's go back. Piyush, yes, heisting the number. Can I join that heist? HEIST 74. Piyush, I think when you wrote it, it didn't capture. You might have to type it again. I'm not sure. So first step, set exposure. Second step, set primaries. God, as much as I said I don't enjoy learning or like going to school and stuff, I feel like I'm in class right now. Set exposure, set primaries.
Tonal work for the image. I like to start there because generally speaking, that's going to be more critical to the eye. That's going to have more impact on the end viewer. So I like to prioritize that first and then move on to my balance. But in this case, the balance is also going to play a big role because I really want to swing it around and make a big change with it. And herein is the first point where that preserve node numbers option that we just looked at in our resolve preferences is going to come into play here. So you'll notice in terms of order of my nodes from left to right, my balance actually hits first, but numerically it is numbered higher. That means that when I load in this template node graph, I'm going to be starting on node 1 here because that's where I saved the template node graph to be selected when I load that node graph in. And when I hit my favorite button, next node, I'm now going to be working my balance, even though my balance is happening in order of operations prior to the prime node. Now, why is that important? Why do I care about that? Why am I doing that? This is a new change in this new version of my template node graph that really reflects an observation that I've made that by the time I've made these adjustments, if I have my balance node downstream and I linearize that image for the duration of that node, which by the way is what we're doing here in node number 2, I've right-clicked and I've already set my gamma to linear. That's already saved right into the template node graph, so I don't have to manually do that. But if I do this in between node 1 and 3, as opposed to before node 1, I am not going to be getting a true scene linear image. So I like this to be, in terms of processing order, prioritized and done prior to the left of my prime node, even though for my process as a colorist, for my priorities as a colorist, I still like to start with that prime node, okay? So here in my balance node, I've already...
Man, that was a whole bunch of things where I think I followed half of it. Do we win? Are we winning? Piyush, how come I didn't see you? Oh yeah, Piyush. Oh yikes, Piyush. It looks like better luck next time is what it's saying. Kavai, good on you, man. Damn, you're getting a bigger PP every time we chat. Kavai said about 7 TTV. I think the Twitch extension is called Emotes Showcase by Freak Technique. Freak Technique. Let me write this down as well. If you don't mind, if you put this in the Discord chat, just in case I lose this note here, or if I don't see it, that will be helpful as well. Because usually I'll refresh this chat after the stream, and then everything gets disappeared. Emotes Showcase. Freak Tech. Yeah, I used to have a lot of fun making emotes on stream. So I think I want to do that again. It's just we've been so stretched thin. Are we winning, son? You are now, because you're getting a nice close-up of my cat. Hey, Kimbap. Let's tilt this camera down for you. Look at this. This dude causes so many problems for me. So many problems. Threw up all over. Man, he threw up everywhere on the floor. And then I covered it up with paper towels until I could get to it later. And I come back to it later, and he's like trying to eat his own freaking throw up through the papers. If I were to die, let's say I have a heart attack or something, die in bed, I have no doubts that Kimbap wouldn't even wait for my body to go cold to start chowing down on me. Yeah, ooh, Korean barbecue. I was like, there you go. But we love him nonetheless. Please let him throw up. He's so cute. What? Wait, why would I want him to throw up to be cuter? Believe me, it's not cute when he throws up, so. It is adorable when he does this, though. For some reason, he actually doesn't mind, like belly rubs. Okay, we're having too much fun with him. Can I ask about your cool tats on your hand? What do they mean? There's no real meaning to this tat. It's just a big piece that I had this Turkish artist. I went to Istanbul just to get this tattoo. And so there was like a broader significance, and then I left the rest up to him. So this is one of the first tattoos, I think, where I just kind of trusted the artist to do his job, essentially, versus me putting in all my notes and all the graphics and visuals and stuff. So besides the big camera there, which again, I don't know the first thing about film stuff. I believe it's called a Rolleiflex or something. But yeah, the point was, and maybe I'll switch cameras real quick for this. I had this cool idea, which we ultimately didn't follow through on exactly, but I had this cool idea where when I'm holding the camera, I wanted it to feel like there's a tattoo design. So from the camera in my hand, let's say if I'm facing you and I'm taking the photo, it would almost look like there was somehow a connection between the camera to my body, and you'd almost see like this kind of the pipeline of the photo being consumed and then turned into art. So we kind of kept some of that concept, but we didn't do like the crazy creative stuff of trying to figure out how to make it feel like coming down from the camera. So then basically what he did is like this lower part of my arm is designed to represent kind of the process of creating art. So even here that he had this like let me see if I can show it here. Here it says like art discovered, and it's like this kind of newspaper style thing. And so it's just very much about just like the art of like making photos. So there's a lot of like visual references on like the human eye. You can't see it here as much, but on the other side there's literally like this like third eye kind of concept, and it's very ethereal, but it's also just supposed to show like a passage of time and the passage of like how you take a photo and then how you mentally process it, how you visualize it. And then the upper part of my arm is where we add a little bit of color and just like more of the creative shots. And the tattoos that I have on my upper arm, on my left arm at least, are usually referencing one of the photos that I've taken. So I would let the artist, I have a bunch of different artists, but I would ask the artist like, what is my favorite photo? What is your favorite photo of mine that we can make something with? And so the artist would choose one of the photos of mine, and then I would work with the artist to come up with like a creative concept to put on the arm. So then basically the upper part of my arm was to be like the final product. So it's like camera, the process of making art, and then this is the art. So that's kind of like the connection, but it's still fairly abstract. So we didn't go like too crazy with it. I mean, maybe that's crazy enough, but yeah, that's the thought process behind it. And then my right arm is more like my different passions that I have. So like, for instance, this tattoo here, it was by this Russian artist. I don't know how to pronounce it. But anyways, she, Art Runis. I think her name was Runis or no. But anyways, amazing artist. But I worked with her where I wanted something that looked like an abstract guitar, because guitar was one of the first joys in my life in terms of like passions that I've put so much time into, and I enjoyed it in my childhood. So basically it's like a very abstract looking guitar, and then in the larger circle you'll see like a tiny little silhouette of a person staring off into like this crazy universe, stars and everything. So it's just like a very much like staring into the stars. But it basically, it was like designed where I wanted to look like a portal into another world. And you see that there's a person in, off in the distance. So it's kind of representing me, and how music was my way to teleport and transport into other universes. Like it was, like through playing music, playing the guitar, it let me just escape into other realities, was essentially it. So that was like one of the passions, and that was the thought process, and then we were able to create the tattoo. I used to be like super into like every one of my tattoos. For the most part, it was kind of like that, where I would put so much thought into like, what is the theme about this? What is the, so that's just like my creative style, let's say, or that's just how I work, which is what I was saying. Like if you were my video editor, if you're working on a team with me, in some ways you would absolutely hate working with me because I overthink everything. So this is clearly like, here's me trying to explain, but there's a lot of overthinking every little detail. I even had one of the lines, which represents one of the guitar strings, where I wanted it to look like it got plucked, right? So you can see it's vibrating, but it almost would also represent like a heartbeat. So then it was my way of saying like, because it was like, it was something I was passionate about, mixing in music with like, escaping into other, so it was a whole thing, right? So if you are ever so fortunate or unfortunate to work with me on a project or something, I hope that you'll come away from it. Realistically, you'll come away with it hopefully feeling like, okay, you know what? He definitely overthinks and analyzes everything, which means that there won't be any weird typos or mistakes. Ideally, everything has been thought through. But then you'll also hate working with me because like, yo, why can't this guy let go of just some of these little micro details and just, But there we go. So thanks for the question. I do appreciate it. I do always enjoy those kinds of questions. Anything I can just add a little bit insight or clarity to. Kavai said, nice thoughts. Nice thought behind the tat. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Yes. And then, like I said, at some point, eventually, I just said, I would tell the artist, like, I just trust you. Not always, but some of the artists, I'd just be like, just do whatever you feel like. I would give it a little bit of overall direction. Like, here's the key theme or whatever. And then I'd just be like, I trust you. But yeah, I got all my tattoos. I think like 20 plus sessions. I did all of that in the span of like 2 years. It was like during COVID, post-COVID times. I went nuts with it. I still have so much space, right? I've got all of this arm still left to go. I had some ideas as well of like placements and everything, styles. And then my legs, I have my back. I still have one of my ribs I need to do. The thing is, tattoos are very expensive. And now that I'm not in corporate world with a steady salary coming through, I have to be much more mindful of getting these tattoos. Because I don't, it's not like I'm trying to go to some dude on the street, poking at me. So until we are more successful with the YouTube and the streaming and all of that, then I can get back into inking the rest of my body. But yeah. And that would be a really fun stream. I would love to do an IRL stream. Can you imagine my ribs? And then you guys can watch to see how much of a am I able to say pussy, or I don't know. Yeah, how much am I crying or screaming while I'm getting like my ribs inked up? Because I will say, when I got my one side of my ribs tattooed, I think it was like a full day. It might have been 9 to 12 hour session. That was one of the most painful experiences I ever had. So, and then on stream, what I can do is you guys can play chess with me. I don't know if there's a way to do it, but maybe I'll put like I'll mirror my phone, or I'll have it so that you can see my phone as well as the tattoo session. And then, because playing chess became my shortcut, or that was my cheat code to escaping the pain, because I would play like 1 minute chess games. So the games are so fast that your brain just has you're basically using 100% of your brain, it feels like, to play this chess game, because the moves are going so fast, you don't have time to process. And because you're so focused mentally on the chess game, you forget about the pain, and it helps time pass faster as well. So that was a little bit of a learnings I got from getting inked up nonstop. Okay. What is La Velada del Año 4 badge? It's a boxing match stream I watched, and voila, somehow I got a badge for it and it looks alright. Oh, is this like a Twitch thing? Oh, is it like the X thing that I see on your name? Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's one other thing I do need to work on. I need to make another badge for month 2 subscribers or something like that. I did see that it got unlocked. I just haven't had time to like make a custom one. Kavai says, I have thought of getting tats in the future, and I would certainly have the same thought process and style, maybe Gothic too, and I want the most hurtful placements first. Yeah, go big or go home, you know? But just do be a little bit mindful, because I think a lot of people go in, or maybe they don't go in this way. I definitely had some hubris of my own, thinking like, oh, I can handle pain. My lower back was one of the most painful, that was the most painful tattoo experience I had. But it was also because it was a multi-day process, and during, like, after the first day, I got a bit of, like, I think a bit of infection in that area, right? Because it's not the pains, there's a bit of pain, but it's also, like, you have to keep it wrapped up, you have to be careful how you fall asleep. It can get infected just like that, because you're thinking of, like, open wounds on your body, right? So because of some part of the infection, when she was tattooing over that spot the next day, holy shit, that was excruciatingly painful. But yeah, the first tattoo I got was on my back. It was an entire upper back. I think it was like a 6-hour session, which ended up not being that bad. It wasn't that painful. Everyone's got different pain tolerance and different areas that hurt. Some people, if you're tattooing over like thin skin areas, like bony areas, it's painful for them there. Some people, like the thick areas, can be painful. Yeah, the inner bicep at times can feel painful. Kavai said that would have you on top 10 streams on Twitch. I'm sure I'm not the only one. I believe there are streams that, like, people, like, there might be like tattoo streamers out there, I'm sure. But personally, I think that'd be really fun to be able to show you guys as it's being created, and then have a camera set up. I would go all out, right? I'd have a camera, close-up camera on wherever the tattoo is being done. Then we have an overhead camera, and then we'll create a music playlist. I'll be holding onto the phone so that I could respond to you guys in real time. Maybe hire someone who can just like be in front of a computer and just monitoring. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have fun with it. And because I'm saying the next time I get a tattoo like that, it's when I feel comfortable spending money on that, because they're not cheap. So hopefully that means I'm more successful with the Twitch, YouTube, Kick streaming stuff and my channels. So yeah, then we can put a bit more grandeur around it. Which chest opening do you usually play with? I have no idea. There was a time when I was like taking notes on all the chest openings. I forgot which one I do now. Yeah, I'm not sure which one it is. Yo, what's up, Obi-Wan? Obi-Wan Shinobi. Yo, I was waiting for you to pop into the stream because I wanted to check out your photos. And I wanted to do it while you were here. Because I saw you had sent across a number of the super cool shots you've taken. So hold on a second. Let's go ahead. But welcome back to the stream, Obi-Wan. It's been a fun few days for me. I mean, every day of streaming has been really fun. But the past few... Actually, Obi-Wan, I'm trying to remember the last time you were here. But just to catch you up to speed in terms of the past week and a half, I finally published my Nikon ZR review video. And it did really well on my YouTube channel. It's especially compared to like some of my other videos, and you never know what works, what doesn't. And that one ended up, in my relative world, it ended up blowing up nicely. And so many kind words in the chat, a lot of people who are interested in the camera. So clearly that's why it, you know, it did well. And from that one video, just as an FYI, because I was checking out the stats, it got me like 600 to 700 new subscribers onto my YouTube channel, which is big. That's bigly, right, for my size. So, and from that, a number of new viewers have entered our live streams on the YouTube side mostly. And so that's been really cool to be introduced. And a lot of these people, because they came to my stream because of the Nikon ZR video, they are like filmmakers or they're cinematographers. They're in that space already and much more experienced than I am. So I've been able to tap into their knowledge space, their brain power, to keep improving my video editing. So the past few days I have been working on creating my own LUTs, so kind of like photo presets but for videos. And so we had one so far, one fairly successful LUT creation, or it hasn't broken yet. I want to make a few more and, you know, stuff like that. So the past 3 days has been a lot of like education streams. So I'm just watching a lot of videos, tutorials and stuff. But let's take a quick pause. Let's check out your photos. I think I saw it on my feed. I haven't checked it out yet. Been super busy with work lately. No worry. Are you talking about my video? If you are, no worries at all. Listen, I check it out when you have the time, because I believe my quick understanding on YouTube algorithm, because I used to do this the wrong way. So we're learning. I used to send out my YouTube link to all of my friends or whoever. I would post it on my Instagram. And my assumption was the more I can blast it out to people, the better. Unfortunately, and what I've discovered, and from some videos I watched, that actually can be counterproductive, because if you send your YouTube video out to the world, and if people end up clicking on it, especially the wrong type of people, let's say people on Instagram who are more short attention span viewers compared to YouTube, plus you have to click on the link and it takes you out of Instagram and you have to go through all the annoying things to watch it. So if someone clicks on a link and it opens up the video, but then they end up exiting out of it or not watching the full thing or just after a few seconds, that can actually be detrimental to the performance of your video, because then YouTube will think that this video is not good because people are exiting out quickly. So then, yeah. So anyways, so when you have the time, when you have 12 minutes, Obi-Wan, no, 13 minutes. The video is 12 minutes, but then I'll give you 1 minute after to write the most thoughtful comment ever, right? When you have 13 minutes, then for sure, check it out. Anyways, let's check out these photos. The last shot is nicely lit. Great job. And thank you, Obi-Wan. Kavai says, why is Nala so proud to show us her big booty? Oh, no, this is Kimbap. So Kimbap over here. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even notice. Yeah, he's just being an ass, you know. Nala is over on the other bed. She's been using this other bed lately ever since I put a cardboard box on top. And now she's been chilling in that freaking cardboard box there. So you can't really see her, but Nala is just chilling there. I'll bring her closer to the camera in a second. And Kimbap is just badonkadonk. 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 Yes, we got our cat camera. Cats are so funny. Yeah, so this one's Kimbap. Kimbap, like with a P at the end, which is the Korean sushi, which is my favorite food in the world. Kimbap. If I had a ginger cat, I would have named that cat Kimchi. So in the future, if I end up with one, it'll be Kimchi, Kimbap, and then randomly it'll be Nala. But maybe a fourth one would be Simba. So that way there's a little bit of balance in the world. But yes. So Obi-Wan, your photos are epic. I do mention you occasionally because I'll be like, oh yeah, we have someone who does like figurine photography, which is like still to my mind is so fascinating. I don't know these characters. I have an understanding. Is this from an arcade game, or is this the one where they say Shoryuken or something like that from Wreck-It Ralph? Oh, is this like a Tekken thing, or is this something Street Fighter thing? Street Fighter. Ah, okay. I knew I was gonna get to the right words. Street Fighter. Yeah, I mean, listen. These are epic. I like the lighting here. I like that you have something going on in the background as well as in the foreground. Cool lighting, yeah, down here as well. I feel like it fits with this kind of style of fighters. Yeah, I love it. Let's look at the next one. Oops. I exited out of the wrong thing. Okay, let's keep looking. These are the two main characters. Gotcha. What are their names? Is it like Ken and something, or am I thinking of Barbie? Ken doll? Ken? Okay, whatever. Point is, I don't know anything. Oh, interesting. I like your choice here. This is a, so I would say the orange here is more orange than I normally edit with, but it kind of works. I think I like this kind of faded look you got with the blacks. Whites are popping here. Yeah, so Obi-Wan, if I were to Ken, oh man, I was right. Ken and Ryu. Okay, I've never watched or played Street Fighter, but I must have like connected some random nodes in my head where it's like I think I've seen that word Ken before with these guys. I didn't know the Ryu one. Oh, is that why that line show you Ken? Is this like saying show Ryu and Ken? I thought it was just they were screaming out some Japanese word, but maybe they're actually saying like, hey, show these two. Show Ryu and Ken. Show you Ken. Sure you can. Yeah. Wait, I didn't know that's all connected. I thought it was just gibberish. I thought Shoryuken was like someone saying Kamehame, whatever. Okay, anyways. Yeah, so one thing I would suggest then, Obi-Wan, for this photo is if you could try a version maybe where the skin tone is more realistic, in like, you know, realistic to like human skin tone, right? Because here it's obviously very, very orange and yellow-esque. But then initially I was saying that's actually, you know, no need to. But then by doing that, what could be interesting is that way it would separate out the colors of the orange, what do you call it? The orange uniform of this dude, and also separate a bit more from his hair color. So then by like changing the tone of the skin tone, so if you can isolate the face and the bodies of these two, then that way it won't like blend the hair and the jacket or the uniform and his skin all in one, right? So to give a nice separation of the colors. So that would be my recommendation maybe with this one. Or in like the future, I guess. It's a move. Yeah, the Shoryuken. I know Shoryuken from Wreck-It Ralph. That was my reference. Because they yell it out at one point. But I didn't know that one person's name is Ryu and the other's name is Ken. Yeah, actually, kind of like this one. Yeah, so Obi-Wan, exactly like this, right? Because here, you see the skin tone, it's like peachy in color, which is different from this more, I don't know what we call this, like a orange, damn, I don't know my colors. It's like a reddish orange tone, which is quite different from the pure orange, yellowish hair, right? So then it just allows you to have that nice contrast, and it just gives more depth, I guess. Yeah, epic, man. Nice, before and after, Ta. And if there's one thing I'm learning, at least as we're watching our videos about color grading, it's like doing these kind of dual tones tends to be very cinematic. So if you can identify two colors that complement each other, it sounds like that tends to be how most people enjoy for like cinematic shots. So like the classic orange and teal dual tone seems to be one. So yeah, like if you have too many colors in your shot, sometimes it can be too distracting or less interesting almost. Because then it's like your eyes don't know where to focus on. Whereas the moment you minimize the number of colors, then some things kind of blend together nicely. So then your eyes can focus on the thing that you want them to focus on. This is very cool. Is this where, or were you just holding the, I'm assuming you're maybe holding this, or it was stuck somewhere? That'd be cool if you chuck it. Actually, that obviously would damage your figurines. But I was like, if you chuck it and then like just snap the shot at the right time. It's like a magma red color. Gotcha. Now, the only thing I would say about this, well, actually two things, sorry. I'm noticing over here, there's a bit of like, what would you call this? There's a bit of like distortion that's happening here. I don't know if it's coming from, maybe you did like a masking. Maybe you're trying to, oh, I see. Okay, you're trying to get rid of the the support system, right? That's holding up Ken or you. So then here, maybe you should just take another look at it and just double check to see if there's a way to more cleanly mask it out of the shot. Because I am seeing here that a little bit of a distortion thing. So that'd be one thing. Just take a quick look and see if you can get rid of the lines here. And then the second thing would be, in terms of positioning, I almost feel like one thing is because this dude is looking at the ground. I don't know if this is like a particular move that he's doing, but a part of me feels bad for him because he's not even looking as this dude is about to bash his head in with the flying kick. So I don't know if you need to be making his head face more towards him so it feels more like he has a chance, because right now it looks like he's a bumbling idiot not paying attention in a fight, and as he's distracted by some spider on the ground or some light, this dude's coming in hot, taking his head off. And this is really cool. I like this a lot. The only thing I would say is, I don't know why, but his hair color looks different from the other ones. And I think maybe I prefer a different tone of yellow. I'm not sure how else to say it though. Like if there's, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. Because I think I'm looking at this and maybe it's making me think of spaghetti. Or it's like making me think of pasta noodles because of the lines and everything. So if somehow you could change the color slightly, potentially. I'm not sure. I don't know. But these are great, man. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing. Oh, we got more. Sorry. Oh, we have 3 more. I'm a big fan of this kind of faded look. I've said it on the stream a lot, but I've tended to start shifting more to like a faded, dark kind of style of shooting. So this one looks nice. I like that the hair feels a bit soft. Yeah. Nice, nice. Yeah, you got the action shot. Yeah, so even here, you can see where you were masking it out. So maybe just see if you can either use a brush or find a way to like maybe blend out some of the edges here. But yeah, super cool, man. And especially with the AI tools and like Lightroom and stuff, you can literally just take a brush over this and then it should just remove it automatically for you. Nice, nice. Cool, man. Well, thank you very much for sharing that. That was awesome. As always, seeing your figurine stuff it's so unique. Let me go bring my Amazon kitty over for a second. Sorry. I just freaked her out. Okay. My bad, Nala. I tried to pick her up, but then I moved the bed and it made noise and then she jumped out of the cardboard box. We tried. My bad, Nala. Go back to sleep. Oh, okay, guys. Actually, I just realized it's 10 p.m. I mentioned tomorrow I have like a full day photo shoot. So I need to prepare a little bit for that. I just need to charge the batteries, make sure the memory cards are empty enough. I have to make sure I figure out how to use this flash just in case as a backup. So, and I will be out until probably I'll get back home maybe around like 6 p.m. or something. So I do plan to stream, but it might be a shorter stream just depending on my energy level and whatever else I need to get done that day. So I think this is probably a good place for me to end the stream. Again, big shout out to Adome. Well, first starting with Yami. Thank you very much for that epic raid earlier on in the stream to start off the stream. And Adome for subscribing. Low Base for gifting a tier 1 sub to Kavaitsu. And Mac Chudri. I need to ask him again how to say the last part. But Mac Trudy for not only subscribing as a tier 1 on YouTube, for super chatting a couple times the other day, and then also for the super chat today. So that's super cool that, yeah, that's been a part of the process. Kavai, oh yeah, could you check out my 1 minute? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I totally forgot. Kavai, let's check out your video. Where did I place it? Okay, here we go. So this is the average crazy musher day. What is musher? Mushing. Oh, that's the term. Mush. Oh yeah, they say it out loud, right? Mushing with world champion sled dogs in Alta. So this is a place potentially you're saying I should go visit. So it's like northern Norway. Man. Oh, I gotta be careful with soundtrack stuff, because I'm gonna get copyright struck. Or you know what? Maybe we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how much we can stretch it. That's cool, man. Sorry, I'm gonna have to mute it. I'm pretty sure that will get me struck. Let me back up though. So this is northern Norway, yeah? Without audio, that's just funny to look at that. Man, yeah, see, I wanna do these kind of stuff. I would love to do like cinematic shots. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. My bad. So we'll play it again. This is Alta in northern Norway. Okay. So just imagine that song by CeeLo Green. Is that him? Yeah, so I need to do a trip. So we were talking about it before, but I think I want to make one of my film projects, if I can get it funded or something, have a film crew. I would want to go to the reindeer tribe in Mongolia, followed by visiting the reindeer people in Norway. And then whether it's separate, it might be a separate thing, but another project would be like spending time with these like sled dogs and understand, you know, because obviously these are dogs that are trained for this type of thing. And so if I can do like a behind the scenes or like behind the lens of the life of people who do this and see the life of these dogs, how they, you know, coexist, and with the trainer or whomever, this, you know, the practical need for transportation using these sled dogs. Yeah, so I would love to film all of this, you know, take the new Nikon ZR, go out here, hopefully have some Meta Ray-Ban lenses, or the sunglasses. No. I'm assuming Nala was bothering Kimbap. Yeah, Alta in northern Norway. Yeah, so I want like 360 cameras. We'll have our proper cinema camera. One thing I'm shocked by, I just assumed that these huskies would be a lot more fluffy. I just assumed they needed like super thick coats to survive. Or maybe I just can't tell in some of these. I was just imagining them a lot fluffier. Because like some of the dogs, like for instance, the dogs that I saw in Mongolia, right? The ones you can see in my video, they were shaggy. They looked super shaggy, right? Thick coats to survive like the -40-degree kind of weather. These guys look like they have like short hair. Nice moment. That's great. Yo, very cool, man. Oh, well, thank you for sharing that. I apologize. I almost forgot to look at it. But yes, this kind of stuff I think would be really fun as a potential trip in the future. And then doing like a nice little like documentary style film for it. So, okay. So now it is 10:15. I need to have dinner. I need to prep and then get ready. So I appreciate everyone, guys. It was a very, very fun stream. I think it's more, so Kavai said, I think it's more challenging than one might think to film for numerous reasons. Some mushers use Siberian Huskies with thick coats, more often used in Alaska. These Alaskan Huskies are more so bred for the cold, but not Alaskan cold temperatures. Okay. The point is, that's a whole side of the world that I have no idea about. There's clearly like a culture behind it. There's like thoughts. Everything about it is something where it's like, why not? If I could spend some time and make a fun little documentary, hopefully make it entertaining or interesting and educational at the same time, informative, then that would be fun if we can do that consistently on as like a media production kind of stuff. So I think filming while sledding is pretty difficult, but behind the scenes are super doable. Well, if I'm doing this, I would do it properly, right? So for instance, I've filmed on horseback before. And sometimes it gets bumpy, but you do your best. And you don't need you just need a few seconds here and there, especially slow motion and everything else. But then maybe I'll attach it to a gimbal and we'll do some proper gimbal related kind of shots from the sled. Yeah. I would want to do it properly for sure. So no challenges there. All right. Thank you guys. I will be back tomorrow most likely. It will be a shorter stream, but if I'm there, it'll be after 6 p.m. So it'll be like a late evening kind of a stream, and then we'll get back into it. Thank you everyone for a super fun stream as usual. I appreciate everyone on the Twitch and YouTube and